force. Resistance is futile. The governmental approval. Inventors on defense skills of fuse. Get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, penny speed. Electing foreign symbols all suspended sense.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance because like the president intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method. Yes, you guessed it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president assents. So don't expect no clemency, depend on humanity. It's enough forgiving that you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a moving, it's still feeling the war, a martial law, you see.
Cross cautiously, can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
Irresistible force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Greg Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Greg. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil Ipso girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things we do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta rise. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
The round robin. Your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play. Your best alternative line. Whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's
but so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us as star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down off in these streets, no money left to spend. Still singing Bible night before my praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing red lights. I'd rather see the crowd and drop some lights. Never know what's going on, just happy to exist.
We are fortunate to have the Bears and Panthers game expired on Thursday night, so we will not need to dive into that game on today's Week 10 slate. We will be spared that agony. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin NFL Week 10 now. Wow. It feels like yesterday we were just talking about we're coming up to the halfway point of the season, but we clear the halfway post and we move on towards the three-quarter pole here at this point. So we have about 8 weeks left of football, including today. Well, 0 through 8, so that'd be 9 more weeks, we'll say. So just over the halfway point. But yes, the season rapidly flying by on the cusp of Thanksgiving here on this November the 12th, 2023. Beautiful morning, just after 7 a.m. broadcasting from our lovely studios in the Chicks Beach, Virginia, United States of America, East Coast. Welcome. All right, let's get into it. Here's what we'll do for today. We'll go ahead and get everyone up to speed on the standings. We'll look at the line movements. We'll do the weather right off the bat, see where we're at, and then we'll bring in Dave Del Grande. Good insight from him. So we will pop him up here in a few minutes, and then Nephew Dave back in town. We'll have him in studio, and we will go through the whole slate. Of course, we have 4 teams on buys, including the Rams, Dolphins, Chiefs, and the Eagles. So we're missing some of our better teams as we enter this NFL Week 10 and the full slate. So let's go ahead and look at the lines right now. With the game in Germany, yes, we have one, and a full morning of EPL soccer as well. So a busy morning here on the Round Robin. We'll watch the Colts and my Patriots live from Frankfurt. Over under 42.5 now is down from 43.5. The Colts a slight favorite at 1.5, as I said. And interesting game. Maybe. Why do I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of running the ball here in this one? All right, 1 o'clock slate, 49ers and the Jaguars. No weather issues, of course, in Germany. They'll be fine there. No weather issues in Jacksonville with the 49ers in town. Both of these teams coming off of a bye. The line at 3 and 44.5, and it is sat right there. The Saints are favorites on the road in Minnesota. -2.5, 40.5 is the total for these two dome teams linking up in Minnesota. Josh Dobbs gets the nod again after his heroic victory in Atlanta last week. The Saints, I'm not sure how they didn't cover last week. Well, it depends when you bought the line, as it moved from 5.5 to 9.5 as they win by 7. But camping out in their opponent's territory around the 30-yard line for most of the second half, it seemed. Anyway, the fourth quarter, they're unable to get those last 3 points to cover the number. They take their act on the road to Minnesota today. No weather in Tampa. In fact, 88 degrees, maybe too hot for the Buccaneers and the Titans. You can't say it's too hot when you're sitting in 50-degree weather, looking at 88 degrees. I think you take, I don't know. That's a toss-up. Some people like it like how it is right now here in the Mid-Atlantic East Coast, as it is mild in terms of a crisp, cold fall. We've had some nice weather around these parts. But this line right now for the Buccaneers is up now to 2.5 and 38.5. All right, so up from 2.5, from 1.5 to 2.5, now 38.5 for Tampa Bay and Tennessee. Will Levis gets the nod. Baker Mayfield, no weather issues there. It should be fine weather conditions wise in Baltimore with the Ravens and the Browns, the old Browns against the new Browns. If you still remember all that, of course, if you remember back in the 90s, the Ravens were the old Browns. They left Cleveland to go back to Baltimore to fill in the slate of the missing Baltimore team after the Colts jettisoned themselves to Indianapolis. So the Browns in town, they're catching 6.5 over under 38.5 here. Seems like a big number for two good teams. But the Ravens have been fantastic at home, and the Browns a tough task there in Baltimore today. And the good game in Cincinnati. Will injuries be an issue here? We'll have to dive into that. Hopefully we have the Ant-Man around this morning as well. I know we had to get probably suckered into a birthday party last night, probably against his will after having a few beverages in the afternoon. So we'll have to see what his condition is later on this morning. So the Bengals minus 6.5 and 47 as they host the Houston Texans. The Texans having a real nice season, one of the better surprises of the NFL. And the Bengals, after their rough start, have rebounded very nicely. No issues in Cincinnati, I believe, with the weather. Let me double check that. That's going to be one place I've not updated myself on yet this morning. As we look at a beautiful 58-degree afternoon, 1 mile per hour is your wind speed currently in Cincinnati. All right, Green Bay is in Pittsburgh. We'll be fine with weather there, minus 3.5 and 38.5 with the Steelers and the Packers. That is a Anthony game for sure, as he is from Pittsburgh as a Packers fan. But 52 degrees, no wind really to speak of, 5 miles per hour for the game there on the banks of the Three Rivers, Pittsburgh and the Packers. Steelers now laying 3.5, 38.5 in that game. The 4 o'clock slate, we finally get 4 games back on for the later slate. So we're happy to see that. The Falcons, a slight favorite on the road, minus 1.5 at Arizona, over under 43.5. As we get Kyler Murray back in action this afternoon for the Cardinals. It looks like John Connor back as well. We'll get into that game, of course. I kind of has a little bit of a preseason feel for Arizona. I'll ask Dave Del Grande and see if he agrees with that here coming up shortly. Fun game in SoFi Stadium. Detroit and the Chargers. Detroit minus 3. Over under is 48.5 as the Lions come in to face the Chargers in what should be a great NFC versus AFC matchup. Kind of like the Jaguars and the 49ers, I think. These two teams not meeting too often at all. But could we get a lot of points in this one? We will dive into it fully coming up as well. Lions, a very good team on the road. Chargers, can they defend home turf in what is hardly a home field environment there in SoFi, as usually the visiting fans tend to take over. The Giants, tough task with Tommy DeVito in Big D with the Cowboys this afternoon. DeVito will get the nod at quarterback. He still lives with his parents, lives in the basement, cooks chicken cutlets with mom. She folds his laundry still. Well, that's your quarterback today, Giants. You're catching 17.5 points with him, though, and 38.5 is the total here with Dallas. So really, if the Giants score 10 points, then there's no way this game can be Dallas and the under. So you got to think of it in that regard. If you like the Cowboys to cover in a low-scoring game, you really only have a 10-point window there with the Giants. So 17.5 is the spread there. Big number, biggest we've seen all year with the Cowboys at home today. Interesting game in Seattle. At the Seahawks getting thumped in Baltimore last week, come home to be a 5.5-point favorite over the Commanders, who got a nice win on the road last week. The Commanders still right in the thick of it in the playoff hunt. We'll talk about that in a second. So Seattle minus 5.5, over under 44.5. Let me double check the weather here. It was fine yesterday, but of course we're talking about Seattle, so it could go awry at any moment. But yes, we're looking at mid-50s, no wind, and cloudy skies. So a fine football day up there at Seattle with the 12th man. Okay, Vegas, that's a 426 game. Cowboys are at 426. The night game tonight are the Jets and the Raiders. The Jets -1, over under 36.5. Not sure how this game ended up staying on Sunday Night Football. The Jets and Giants are terrible in prime time. I think they've lost 15 out of the last 16 combined in prime time. We've gotten a lot of the Raiders in prime time as well. So here we go, another dose of the Jets and the Raiders. 1 and 36.5. The Jets a favorite on the road here. And not a system play either. I was thinking this may be one of the system plays, but it is not. When we talk about the system play, a road favorite on the road who has a better record than the home team. We've only had that, I think, 2 times this year, and it's 2-0. So that's it so far with that stat. And let's see, what else do we got? Monday night, Denver and Buffalo. The Bills -7, over under 46.5. A little windy there in Buffalo on Monday night, and we'll get into that game as well. So not as much line movement as we've had in previous weeks from yesterday. Last week, these lines were jumping all over the place in the morning. We'll see how they continue to evolve as we go along through the slate today. Really, the biggest one are the Buccaneers, up from 1.5 to 2.5, over under 38.5. And I do like Tampa today. I think that's a real solid play, to be honest. You have a veteran team who knows what to do, experienced, a decent defense. You have Tennessee coming in with the rookie quarterback. Yes, it is Baker Mayfield. He gets a lot of slack still, but the Buccaneers have been very competitive, still one of the sneakily better teams in the NFL, and still a chance to win that division for sure, especially with a win today and a Saints loss on the road. The Falcons haven't done anything to run away with it. Carolina struggling bad themselves. They're going to be out of it. So really, it's going to be between the Saints, Buccaneers, and the Falcons, and the Bucs can get a big leg up if the Saints can, a big leg up to at least making a run towards the NFC South Championship if the Saints can falter up in Minnesota today. So an interesting slate for the most part. And, a lot of lower over-unders. Of course, this is a record-setting years for unders. I think we're over 60% of the games have been under, the most since 1991. We're dealing with a lot of bad offensive line play, a lot of backup quarterbacks at this point. Great defensive lines and defenses, and that has really bogged down the majority of these games to fly over the total. And, we've been aware of that really since week one. We've kind of laid that out as a good possibility. And if you've been an under player, you've been having a lot of success. And you'll probably find some more unders today. But what games can go over? I think there are a few. So we'll take a look at all of that as we go through. All right, with the standings, let me pull these guys up. AFC wise, we'll start there. The Dolphins on top of the East, 6-3, but still right there. The Jets can win today and be 5-4, just one game back. Which you would think they would take that. If you would tell the Jets that they're one game back of the division lead at this point in the season without Aaron Rodgers, you think you take that, right? And that comes to the hands of Miami not being able to beat the upper echelon teams here in the NFL as they played through their stretch of 9 games. They are idle today, so the Bills can gain ground as well. They do have the media tiebreaker with Miami with that big win in Buffalo earlier in the season. The Ravens 7-2 in the North lead that. They're fighting for a number 1 seed at this point. Cleveland's 5-3. So they can pull within half a game if they win today in Baltimore. The Steelers 5-3, Cincinnati 5-3. Strong division there. Right now, all of these teams would be in the playoffs. Everyone in the AFC North would be a wild card team if they were to end the season today. Jacksonville 6-2, sitting on top of the South, but a tough game with the 49ers. So the Texans can actually find some ground and gain ground if they can win somehow in Cincinnati. The Colts as well, 4-4 for the Texans, 4-5 for the Colts. Tennessee really needs a win at Tampa, sitting at 3-5. Kansas City is off. The internet's on fire after Taylor Swift ran to Kelsey on stage last night after getting off stage and laid one right on his smacker for the world to see. And the internet is erupting this morning again with Kelsey and Taylor Swift chatter. 7-2 for the Chiefs, 4-4 for the Chargers, 4-5 for the Raiders, 3-5 for the Broncos. So yes, I'm only telling you that to be prepared to get inundated with that Swift and Kelsey news all day long as we go through the games today. So I'm not being the gossiper reporter. I'm just being the fair warning guy if you're getting kind of sick of that kind of thing. The Chiefs, again, 7-2, 3-game lead there over the rest of the pack. In the NFC, Eagles 8-1, the best record in football. Cowboys 5-3. Commanders 4-5, so a big chance to get to 500 today for the Commanders. You figure the Cowboys go to 6-3, hopefully. I mean, they're my survivor pick and second chance survivor. In fact, they're probably going to be everyone's survivor pick, but there's just no really other locks on the board. I think you just go with this and go with the pack, and we'll live to fight another day. Survivor-wise, we'll go through that slate, of course, officially after we get through with Del Grande. But the Commanders can find themselves in good playoff positioning with a win today. Detroit 6-2, Minnesota 5-4. So a huge game for Minnesota, a chance to really, really get back into this division. A division that we thought was going to be a runaway for the Lions. If the Lions can stumble in SoFi Stadium later this afternoon and the Vikings can capitalize at home, then we're talking about literally a half a game lead. That division lead has shrunken to in favor of, that was a weird noise, with the Vikings and the Lions. That could really tighten up. Packers 3-5, Bears 3-7 after their win Thursday. Oh, that's the washing machine. The Saints 5-4, Falcons 4-5, Tampa 3-5. We mentioned that division is tight. There you go. Everyone's separated right there just by about a game and a half. And the 49ers and the Seahawks share the division lead at 5-3, 3-6 for the Rams. Not out of it yet, but they're off. They won't gain ground. And the Cardinals share the worst record in the league with the Carolina Panthers at 1-8. If we look at the playoff picture right now, it would be by virtue of tiebreaker. Chiefs would be 1, Ravens 2 as far as seeding goes, Jacksonville 3, Miami 4, and then your playoff teams in the AFC would be for the wild card, the Steelers, Browns, and Bengals. The Bills would be left out right now, but they have played one more game than everyone else. Let's see, all within striking distance of a game. All within striking distance of a game are Houston, the Chargers, the Jets, the Colts, and the Raiders. The Titans and Broncos 2 games back. Patriots, worst team in the AFC. All right, they are 3 games out of the playoff picture right now. So it's still up for grabs. A lot of these teams, a lot to play for. Meaningful games every week as we go. It's going to be about the same thing here in the NFC. Your 1 seed would be the Eagles, followed by the Lions, 49ers, and Saints. Your playoff teams right now would be Seattle, Dallas, and Minnesota. All right. And then within 1 game of Minnesota are Washington and Atlanta. And then a game and a half, 2 games back, whatever the case may be. You know, everyone's played a different amount of games because of the buys, obviously. Are Tampa, the Packers, the Rams, they're more like 2 games back. And it gets to, you're starting to fall off the cliff here with the Bears, and then badly with the Giants, Cardinals, and Panthers. We'll just figure the Giants are going to be done with their backup. The Cardinals and Panthers, they're not going to be able to resurrect from their positioning now. So figure those 3 teams, I think it's safe to say, are pretty much out of it. But not many teams have been rolled out altogether. A lot of these teams still very, very much alive for NFL football playoffs. Okay, so that's your standings. We've set the slate up. Weather will not be an issue today. Looks like we have some competitive games, and we will go ahead and let's we'll go ahead and queue them up. All right, it is 7:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our guest right now is from Castro Valley, California. Let me pull up his banner here. He is with Field Level Media. He comes on to our show regularly. A senior analyst at Stat Factor and the founder of MrFantasy.com, the one and only Dave Del Grande. Okay. Do you want to start really, really random?
You know me, I'm open for anything.
Okay. So I was flipping.
Except for English Soccer League.
Nothing like that. But you're a little bit.
Although when my daughter played, my son too, competitive soccer here, the coaches were big Man U fans.
Oh, right.
And I didn't like the coaches, so I became a Man City fan.
I don't know if you have been following that, but Man U is getting the pressure big time from the fans over there. I don't know if you follow the least bit of that at all, but
that just made my day.
The fans hate the coach. The Glazers own the team, so they're public enemy number 1 over there. So that's that. But I was flipping around the TV last night looking for something to watch. Just because I was getting bored with the NBA. The games were just a little boring to me last night. And I'll touch on the NBA in a second. But A Football Life was on, and it was Roger Staubach. And I didn't realize how much he ran. And it just kind of like clicked in my brain, like just kind of how important it is to actually have your quarterback run at times, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. You're probably like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But do you remember Roger Staubach? I mean, I just always knew him as a passer, but I just didn't realize how much he ran. Do you remember any of that at all?
I mean, sure. I remember Roger Staubach, and it doesn't surprise me to hear that he ran a lot because he played at Navy.
Right.
Now, granted, Navy doesn't play the same way now that they played back then, but they've always been a running team as far as I've known. So I'm not surprised to hear. I mean, I'm guessing if you looked at his college stats, you would see that he probably ranked among the leading quarterback rushers in the nation, like most Navy quarterbacks do. But no, in the NFL, I had no idea he ran any more than Bart Starr.
Right. What do you attribute? I'll get to the NBA in a second, but I just want to follow up since we're talking about the NFL quarterbacks. But man, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, it's been beaten down all week in the media. I mean, you have the likes of a DeVito going out there for the Giants. Just the quarterbacking across the board. I don't know. It's just not very pleasurable viewing. The NFL games seem a little bit more boring for sure. I mean, it is the highest under year in 30 years or something like that as well. So, I mean, obviously, if you're not scoring, I mean, it's going to be somewhat of a boring game. But just a lot of bad football, bad lines, good defenses, bad offensive lines. I think we've touched on this all season long, really, in different aspects and then different points at different times. But, I mean, are you seeing the same thing, really?
Oh, absolutely. And you're right, though. I mean, in some ways you would say, I don't know if the stat is 10 or 11 different, backup quarterbacks are now starting or have started or whatever. So you wouldn't be surprised necessarily, given how much money that quarterbacks are paid. It's not like you can pay a backup,
right.
A nice chunk of change and come in and not play when you're already paying the starter $50 million or whatever. But to me, this has more to do with who these backup quarterbacks are. And it's been my belief for a long time, and I just don't get it in the NFL. In college football, when you recruit a quarterback, you recruit a guy to your style. If you're we talked about Navy. I mean,
right,
if you're a wishbone running team, you don't recruit Peyton Manning. You recruit some little guy who runs the ball and has run the wishbone or veer offense in high school or whatever. The NFL doesn't seem to adhere by that principle. They so many teams in the NFL, you look at who the backup quarterback is, and it's like, this guy's nothing like our starter. And why does that make sense? I mean, excuse me. You've seen in the NFL, quarterbacks go down at any point, and excuse me.
Yeah.
And on the fly, you got to bring in your backup quarterback, and it's not like, okay, we just went from a traditional passing quarterback to now we got more of a scrambler. So let's go with game plan number 2. No. We don't have a game plan number 2. We only have a game plan number 1. And so we're going to thrust this guy in there, and he's going to have to throw the ball, even though we know he can't throw the ball. And the other team knows he can't throw the ball. And it's just, to me, it's just silly who they, again, nothing personal against these quarterbacks. It's just so many guys are in bad systems. And this goes for starters in some cases as well. Man, I mean, you look around the NFL, and I mean, there's a reason why Mike Shanahan and a handful of others, distinguish themselves among the great play callers, the great offensive gurus. Well, it's because so many guys have no clue, and on top of that, when you hire a good offensive coordinator, a real creative guy,
right,
but he's hired to a team that has a defensive-minded coach, well, then almost automatically his hands become tied. I mean, I look at a team like the Jets.
Right.
I'm not saying that, Wilson's a great quarterback by any stretch of the imagination, but you look at the Jets and you know that their coach wants to win with defense. And when you want to win with defense, you take no chances on offense. And so you go out and you bring in a quarterback like Rodgers, who's a dink and dunk kind of guy, which is perfect. Rodgers hasn't turned the ball over in like 7 years. And this is perfect for that kind of team. They're not going to be a high-scoring team, but they're not going to give the other team a lot of chances. And that's perfect for a defensive-minded coach who believes his defense, can win or lose games. But there's just so many of these, defensive-minded coaches. They draft a quarterback and they bring him into a system, and you just kind of watch like this game on Thursday night. Oh my goodness! I mean, what kind of plays are they calling? For poor old my buddy Bryce Young.
Like, I had to take the night off from that one, to be honest. I was like, let me turn this off at the beginning of the second quarter and go to bed. But continue on.
Right. I mean, again, and part of it is they don't have a lot of talent at wide receiver. Although I think Carolina's talent level of receivers is below average, but not terribly below average.
Yeah, we've seen those.
Not at the Bears level. I mean, the Bears level of wide receiver is embarrassingly bad. But it's just you got bad, below average wide receivers. You've got a coordinator who either doesn't know what he's doing or is being told by the coach that to do certain things. Now, in Carolina's case, their coach, should be a guy who knows a lot about offense. And I just feel sorry for some of these guys. And it's a reason why some of these veteran guys, and I look at Sam Darnold as, on 49ers, have been able to bounce around and, kind of stick at a second or a third or a fourth place, because it hasn't always been their fault that they've been bad. So again, my biggest problem, with the current quarterback state of the NFL, isn't necessarily the lack of ability on the quarterback part. I think it's just a bad mix between where they're at, and especially with backups. Backups, it just seems to be random. That, this guy looked good in camp. He could really throw the ball. Yeah, but we don't throw the ball downfield. Who cares if this guy can throw the ball? It's kind of like, well, how did Brock Purdy get this job with the 49ers? Well, he got the job with the 49ers not because, he could throw the ball 50 yards down the field and look like, wow, this is incredibly talented quarterback. No, he got it because he was smart. And he learned the plays, and he learned what Shanahan wanted to do. And Shanahan's one of the, smart guys who, decide, who looked at him and decided, what? Wow, if our starting quarterback ever got hurt, I could plug this guy right in there and manage him, and we'd be fine. And sure enough, he was right. And meanwhile, you've got these, odd mixtures on some of these other teams that, to me, are real head scratchers.
Right. Yeah, it's I keep waiting for the week. This can get a little bit better. I think we can get a little bit better. It just seems to get a little bit worse as we go into the season. All right, so we'll try to find some unique angles. Maybe we can find some offense when we talk about the games in a minute. Let me flip back to the NBA, and we'll talk some California stuff, and then we'll get into our slate of the games. Are the Clippers getting what they deserve after acquiring James Harden with their record?
The Clippers are, having been a rival of the Warriors for a long time, I've seen a lot of Clippers games. I'm stunned that they haven't been able to piece together a better team. I mean, they tend to bring in, first off, you start with Kawhi Leonard. Okay. And to me, Kawhi Leonard is a top 5 NBA talent. Now, he gets injured a lot, and obviously that's not good, but you take that away, and man, I'd take Kawhi Leonard over, Jason Tatum in a heartbeat. Kawhi Leonard is a really, really good player, and a guy who should be, on a team that has a chance to win a championship. Of course, in San Antonio and in Toronto, he was that guy. In the Clippers, he's not even close to that guy, and I can't fault him necessarily because the guys they've surrounded him with just haven't been good mixes. When you think Paul George, who has a nice track record, would be a nice second option. But, again, if your star player is a guy that gets hurt a lot, you don't want your second best player to be a guy that gets hurt a lot too. It's just a bad, it may look like a good combination. Ooh, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. That's as good a forward combination you're going to get in the NBA. Yeah, it's on paper, maybe, but you've seen the stats. It's like they play 25 games together every year. And then on top of that, okay, we got two superstar players. We need to surround them with role players. We're kind of like what the Lakers have tried to do with LeBron and Davis.
Right.
And have been somewhat, minimally, but somewhat successful at doing that. And no, instead the Clippers decide, Russell Westbrook, James Harden. They bring in these guys like, no. This is your team does not. Again, nothing against Russell Westbrook or even James Harden for that matter. It's like no. This is not what these guys don't want to be the third or fourth wheel on a team. And yet there they are. And it's just, it is, to answer your question, they are getting exactly, what they deserve because this isn't the first time they've done this.
Yeah. I know. Do you think, I don't know, I hate to say these guys don't try, but do you think there is a sense that a Kawhi Leonard, maybe he's gotten his money, whatever else happens after this, it's no big deal. I got my money. Who cares?
I don't think Kawhi Leonard's that kind of guy.
Okay.
He may seem to be that kind of guy, but you just don't know. And I'm not saying I know, but I don't know that anybody really knows the extent of the injuries he had.
Right.
And we take this for granted, I think, in a lot of sports. But, the NBA, which is just a constant run up and down the court, if your knees aren't working right, if you've got a bone-on-bone thing that just,
I know about that. That's for sure. Yep.
Yeah, right. But you can play through it. It's kind of like, I'm going to go out today and run a mile, even though I know my knees are in bad shape. And you go out there and you run, and it's a nice day. And, oh, man, I've never felt better until about an hour later. Right. And then you decide, oh, man, how stupid that was. And now you can't walk for a week. And I just think his body's in that kind of shape where he almost always goes into a season and thinks, you know what, there's no way I can play 82 games and then be ready for a championship run in the playoffs. Of all the guys who load manage, I think that he's one of the few that really, really needs to do it. So I wouldn't blame it on he's got his money and he's got a bad attitude. I just think physically he just can't do it for, months at a time.
The Lakers beat the Suns after getting pounded a couple times earlier in the week by the Rockets and the Magic. And the Magic are a decent team there in the East, I think. Houston playing better lately, for sure, than the way they started. But the Lakers, is that kind of a precursor of maybe things to come for this team? Are they looking at a tough, long road here, you think?
Well, no. I actually think the Lakers, after not making a lot of really good choices for 2 or 3 years there, the aftermath of winning the 2020 title, right?
Right, the bubble championship.
They finally got it right. I thought that at the trade deadline last year, they really revamped the non-Davis LeBron aspect of the team. to become more of a team. And I think that they now have players who are better, better complementary players. And I think, I kind of saw this in the playoffs last year when they beat the Warriors in the playoffs. They just looked like a team that knew what they wanted to do. I mean, they knew, all right, look, we got this big guy over here. This is Anthony Davis, used to be one of the best players in the league, still can be. We need to treat him as such. And we got this guy LeBron here. You may have seen him before. He's, when push comes to shove, you give him the ball and you go stand in the corner, and I think that, when you have certain guys on your team, they don't, no, that's not the way that I play. And then you have other guys who say, yeah, oh yes, I know, Mr. LeBron and Mr. Davis, and I'll gladly do anything I can. I'll carry their water bottles to the court if that's what it means to play with them. And I think the Lakers have more players like that now than they've had in recent years. And so I expect the Lakers to be a serious contender all year. Again, as LeBron and Davis have to be healthy. And I think there's no priority, of any team in the NBA who looks at the regular season and considers it completely meaningless. I think the Lakers would be on top of that list, especially after last year. They had to go through the play-in game,
right?
To get into the playoffs, and then they make the Western Conference Finals. I mean, I think they of all teams would be one who would tell you, hey, look, when LeBron pushes the button on April 15th, then we start playing. Right. Okay. Then we start grinding. Until then, as long as we get in, we saw this in baseball this year. As long as we get in, then then we've got a shot. And of course, in basketball, it's a lot easier than it is even in baseball to advance. And at least they try to stack it against the baseball, the wild cards, by having them open on the road all the time. Now, in the NBA, you don't get game 7 at home, but the rest of the series, you get 3 home and 3 away. So you got a real good chance once you get to that point, if you're led by LeBron and Davis, to upset the number 1 seed, the number 2 seed. They're the kind of team you don't want to play in the playoffs. And so I would totally short of a LeBron injury or a Davis injury, a serious one, I would totally write off anything you see from the Lakers during the regular season.
Is Denver the best team that you've seen basically so far? Just short of 10 games here.
Well, I'll tell you what's concerning about Denver is Denver's got very little depth.
Right.
I think Boston's got the same problem.
Right.
And I mean, the Denver just played the Warriors the other night, and when Denver put it, granted, Jamal Murray wasn't playing.
Yep, Murray's hurt.
So that's a big factor, but that's one guy. When Denver put their second team on the court, oh my goodness, this was terrible. I mean, some young guys, former college stars, guys, but I mean, they had to keep Jokic out there with the second unit just because, the other 4 guys, it was, golly, how long are these guys staying in, and it was because, like I said, it was just one guy missing. Bruce Brown last year was a very, very important player for that team, coming off the bench every game. And, they hope that Reggie Jackson is that type of player. He might be. But, one injury and now Jackson starts, and now you've got nothing left on your bench. You got to believe that come playoff time, somebody's going to get injured somewhere along the line. I mean, you got
they're going to have to make some trades or something.
Well, yeah. Well, but that's another problem is that you hope to. I mean, you hope to get to the. You can't. They really don't have it's very hard for the good teams to trade because they're all up against the cap or over the cap or whatever. And so many of them count on the buyout market these days to bring in that one veteran player, who could make a big difference. And, sometimes these guys are available, sometimes they're not. So while I think Denver starting five in the West, like Boston's starting five in the East, I think is easily the best in those conferences. But, they better walk on eggshells a little bit because, Boston basically got six guys. Man, I can't believe the guys they bring off of their bench.
Right. You see a lot of clank shots. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and again, part of it is, well, of course, when you go from Tatum and Brown and,
right.
And Holiday and Porzingis and White, the next group of guys isn't going to look very good by comparison. But this isn't varsity starters to varsity backup. This is like varsity starters to JV starters. I mean, there's a huge gap there. And this is one area where the Warriors have really improved this year. Last year, they had a lot of problems with their second unit. And, a lot of the young guys and the problems or whatever. And now this year, they brought in Chris Paul, obviously, Dario Saric, they have now. And so they've now all of a sudden, when they bring their second unit in, it's like, I don't want to say it's an extension of the first unit because you don't have Curry in there for the most part, but it's real NBA talent. And it's, is that going to help them win a championship in the end? You still comes down to star power. I mean, I would still take Denver, in a series if Denver's top five is healthy because, then you start playing more minutes and what have you. But in terms of getting there and getting there healthy, this is where it's really going to help the Warriors because they're not going to need to play Klay Thompson 36 minutes and Wiggins and Draymond, 35, 36 minutes because they've got this really good bench. It should allow them to win games, to the point where they have a decent playoff seeding and go into the playoffs, relatively fresh.
Is there a team that sticks out that's kind of surprising to you? A team that may be under the radar to yourself? You're like, this team's not too bad. And, they got a chance to actually do some damage here in the regular season. Does anyone stick out to you?
Well, the team that sticks out to me, in terms of, if, like you said, the bunch of games in the NBA last night, you probably find them, on a channel if you look hard enough. Which game do I really want to watch? There's just, it's a regular season. It doesn't really mean anything. It's not really exciting. I mean, the one team that I would say at this point that I would say, I'm going to flip them on because they've been really entertaining is Indiana.
Right.
They put up points and they play a fun style. They've got some nice young players. I'm not saying they're going anywhere, but it's just refreshing. You turn on a Pacers game of all teams. You turn on a Pacers game and it's like, wow, this is fun. This is, it's like watching a Pac-12 football game.
Right.
Does anybody play defense in this game? But, those are regular season. Those games are fun to watch. I'm not sure there's been things that have surprised me. And, I don't give a whole lot of credence to what I see in the regular season anyway. I mean, Dallas obviously is off to a nice start. And this is a team where, they'll be a pretty good team if Kyrie and Doncic are able to coexist and they're able to stay healthy. That seems to be happening now, and they're doing well. Will that happen long term? I wouldn't count on it. And Minnesota's off to a nice start, but again, I look at the big four in the West. Of Denver, Phoenix, the Warriors, and the Lakers, and I don't. Nobody has demonstrated to me that they're going to crack that that Final Four in the West. And in the East, Milwaukee has been borderline terrible. But I don't expect that to continue. Philadelphia has demonstrated that they're a solid number 3, I think, in the East, behind Boston and Milwaukee. Other than that, the Knicks look good sometimes. The Cavaliers look good sometimes. Like you said, there's some of these up and coming teams where you look at them, you say, wow, there's a lot of talent there. And when they got it going, they're able to play these good teams on relatively even terms. But, when push comes to shove, you got a bunch of 24-year-olds playing against a bunch of, 28-year-olds. That tends not to go well as you get into the more important games. So, I don't know. That's.
I like your Pacers answer for sure. Because I mean, in the East, that is actually somewhere they could do damage. Although, like you said, come playoff time, that kind of style most likely won't translate, right? I mean, they're going to get physical up a little bit more.
Think so.
You wouldn't think
yeah,
so.
I mean, it'll make the early, the play-in games, when
Right.
7, 8, 9, and 10 get together, to make those games interesting, because those, you're going to end up with, teams like the Magic, having a chance to get into the playoffs, and like Oklahoma City last year, and they come in and they upset somebody and they get a second shot, and then they make it or they don't make it. That is just kind of the next step in the progression, for some of these young teams. And there's a lot of young teams. I mean, Detroit is a team that, I would say, among all the teams in the NBA, I think that they, to me, they've shown that, wow, they could win right now. They brought in one of the Thompson twins, and he's come in and done very well for them. They've got a little depth now. They've got a couple of good players. I mean, they're a team that, should make the playoffs this year in the East. And if they don't, and if they're in the 7 to 10 bracket, they're a fun team to watch, and a team that's on the rise. And I think, again, you need to take that next step if you're going to eventually become a contender. And I think that's where a lot of these teams, the Orlandos and the Detroits, Oklahoma City, I don't think Houston's at that level yet. It's the league has the potential to change quite a bit, because there's so many good young teams now, up and coming teams. But we talked about this before. There's more. You need more than just to keep your team together to become a successful NBA team. The advantage of being a good young team is presumably you've got money to spend. And this is where Oklahoma City needs to go out next year and sign LeBron.
Right.
Needs to go out next year and sign themselves. They'll have money to sign 2 superstars, before Gilgeous-Alexander gets the big contract, and Holmgren and these other young guys they got. But now's the time. And you've got to sell, obviously, and you don't see a lot of superstar players going to these teams that haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. But as you indicated, there are some teams out there that look real exciting and look like, wow, this team is really up and coming. Now imagine if they got, if they are able to, they're the team that goes out there and they're the ones that are able to sign star players. And now they're ready to go. Now that is what makes them a legitimate title contender moving forward, rather than, well, we've been able to keep this young roster together for 6 or 7 years. The Warriors did that, but you really have to be lucky in order to do that. You really have to be. I mean, who in the what other team in the NBA maybe ever has drafted Curry, Thompson and Draymond Green, basically over the course of, I think, just 2 years, but maybe even 3 years. I mean, basically hit on 3 quote unquote Hall of Famers 3 years in a row. You just don't see that happening. And so you got to go out and get help. I mean, even the Warriors went out and got help. They brought in Durant for 2 of their championships. So, So I think that's kind of where we're at in the NBA.
Okay. Week 10 NFL, 4 teams on the buys, includes our Chiefs, the Rams, the Dolphins, and the Eagles. So some of the better teams had the week off here. So let's dive into it. And you said you woke up last week for the marquee matchup of the Chiefs and the Dolphins, which, you're probably asking yourself at halftime why I'm up for this, because that game wasn't as exciting as we kind of hoped for. It kind of looked to be that way, but once you saw Kansas City run back the lateral play before halftime, which was a fun play, and 21-0, you knew it was going to be tough times there for the Dolphins. So we have another game in Germany, and I'm going to guess you're not going to wake up for this, right? The Colts and the Patriots. Colts 1.5, 43.5. You hate that early window game anyway. I think you made an exception last week for the Chiefs and Dolphins. It's back to business as usual for Dave Del Grande on a early Sunday morning, right?
Yeah, actually not true, because I actually have some other work to do. So, I mean, I will have to be up early. But, it comes down to even this Thursday night game. Who in their right mind is watching the Thursday night game? Well, I had a guy going for the game on my fantasy team. So, it gives you a rooting interest.
Right.
I'm going to have Taylor, going in that game. And be interesting to see. Normally a matchup with New England I wouldn't be crazy about. I'm still a little hesitant about it, but New England clearly is not not what they used to be. So I'm hoping for a nice game from him. So I think the combination of those two things is going to actually have me watching that game. Sad to say.
Taylor minus 120 for 1 touchdown, and if you can find the end zone twice against the Patriots, plus 470. I don't know where to go on this one myself. I think it's just kind of an overall pass, even as I'm the biggest negative Patriots fan that there is at the moment. I said it before. I mean, you can make $1 million already if you've played the unders and basically every prop that they have under for the game, bet against them. I mean, you're really rolling if you've done that. So maybe that's the angle this week. But, the Colts play those high-scoring games too. So 43.5, you never know. I guess maybe you just kind of give them both a chance that the Colts can make this somewhat of a higher-scoring game, and at least you have fun with it. But I would not get overly invested anyway.
I agree with. I mean, to me, the one individual standout I would think would come out of this game would be Stevenson.
I was thinking that too. Yeah.
Yeah. This should be a very boring game,
right,
where both teams are going to try to run the ball, and neither team has a very good quarterback. But neither team's got a very good defense either, surprisingly, with New England, and especially the Colts. And I think New England, when they can get into this grind it out kind of game, they try to take full advantage of that, and I think they will in this game. I think Stevenson, to me, among all the running backs in the entire league this week, he's got to rate as a top, 1, 2, or 3 guy based on this matchup. I think he, I don't want to say he's a lock to go over 100 yards, but to me, he seems to be a very solid bet to go over 100 yards. Now, there's the guy, rather than Taylor, that I'd be looking at definitely for 1 touchdown and very possibly for 2 touchdowns in this game. That he'd be the guy I'd be keying on in this game.
Well, Stevenson, you know what? If you get to 100 yards, you can get plus 630 on that this week.
I think that's, that might be the best thing I hear all day.
Yeah, honestly. 80 yards plus is plus 320 for that. Anytime touchdown for him.
Well, this is, again, so much of this is because this isn't a guy that that you think, well, gee, if he busts a 60-yarder,
Plus 105,
then
like he did last
the
week.
Total.
Yep.
This is not really his style. His style is going to be 5 yards here, 8 yards here, 3 yards here. I can see, I'll script New England's first drive for you right now. There's Stevenson up the middle for 5. Stevenson off right tackle for 8. Pass incomplete. Stevenson over left tackle for 13. 5-yard pass. Stevenson on the first drive could very well carry the ball, 7 or 8 times. And when you look up after the first drive, they've driven down for a touchdown. He's got 7 carries, for 43 yards and a touchdown. Already he's become fantasy worthy. But without ever, running for more than 10 yards, 12 yards, he's gotten almost halfway to your 100-yard total, had the ball 1 time. And so, New England is going to be one of these teams. This isn't a pass-first team that's playing a bad run defense, and you think, well, gee, they should run the ball all the time. You know what? They can't run the ball. So, you can't just, become a different team than you are. But in this case, this is the team that they are. They will take advantage of running the ball as much as do you think Bill Belichick is concerned that, oh man, these European fans are going to be bored to death? Well, you know what? We're bored to death with their game. So that's, So now we're even. I think 100 yards to me here is at least a 50-50 proposition.
All right. So good numbers on Stevenson there. All right, good angle. I like it. Okay, our normal slate of NFC West, AFC West games, and then we'll go fantasy. We'll try to find a fun one, and we'll go fantasy heavy again. 49ers, I think this has a chance to be a good game. I don't know if it's going to be a super shootout or anything. I'll leave this one to you. But 2 good defenses, above average anyway, with the Jaguars and the 49ers. The Niners a 3-point favorite on the road, coming off the bye as well, as is Jacksonville. 45.5 is the total. Injuries seem to be going the way here. It looks like Debo's getting the green light. It looks like Trent Williams as well is coming back. You might know a little bit different than me on that, being out there in the San Francisco area. But I think this has a chance to be a good game. The Niners need a good win, and this would almost be a kind of certifiable, I don't know if statement game is the right word to say, but Jags being a good opponent, the Niners would feel a lot better about leaving the East Coast with a win for sure, not a loss coming off the bye. How does this play out, Dave?
Well, I think this is a good spot for the 49ers. I think that, to me, Jacksonville has proven to be a kind of a Miami light. I think they're maybe a year away. They're where Miami was last year. This team that is going to go into next season, and people are going to say, "Ooh, I got a sleeper pick this year. It's Jacksonville." I don't think this is going to be their year. I think that they got a good chance to make the playoffs, but also a chance to not make the playoffs because they're really in that middle, slightly above the middle of the pack. In the AFC where there's a lot of good teams, whereas you got the 49ers, and they haven't done well lately, but we talked about this before with them. The 49ers are a team that is built around superstar talent, and the problem with having superstar talent is you don't have that middle ground, where you've been able to spend decent amount of money to get decent depth because you spend it all on your star players. And it's been good enough it was good enough to get them off to a nice 5-0 start, and they wiped out Dallas, and everything looked great. But then down went Trent Williams, down went Debo, and that's basically 2 of their 6 superstar players, and that's a big hit to overcome, especially on the same unit. Now Williams, I'm not 100% convinced that he's going to be back this week, although he's been practicing, not necessarily at full speed. I'd say he's probable to me, but not for sure. But Debo, it sounds like he's definitely back, and that's very important for this team because they have no third wide receiver. And now now he and Ayuk go in there and they run circles around the defense. And of course, when you try to cover them both, you got Kittle, you got McCaffrey. I just think they have too many weapons for Jacksonville. This is still a very, very good 49er team coming off a bye, coming off disappointing efforts. You mentioned statement game, whatever you want to call it. This is a game that I think they believe they need very badly to get back on, get back in the fast lane. Because remember, their goal this year, first and foremost, is to get the home field advantage over Philadelphia in the playoffs. And now they've fallen behind Philadelphia. They can't afford any more losses until they play Philadelphia coming up, down the line in a game where they go into that game just one game behind, and they win that game. Then all of a sudden they have the tiebreaker. I think that's their goal is between now and when they play Philly, 2 or 3, 4 weeks from now, whenever that is we need to win every game before that game so that at least we have a chance to meet our goal for the regular season. So this becomes a bigger game than you might expect for this time of year. I think the 49ers will win this game handily.
Any props for anyone stick out here? Collaborative effort by all. I mean, obviously McCaffrey has his touchdown streak going.
Yeah, right. McCaffrey, right, what, is tied for the touchdown
right,
record now?
I think it's 15 in a row or something.
You've seen this for, basically 5 straight weeks now. The first time they get down by the goal line, they want to make sure they get this thing out of the way. I mean, he scored their first touchdown, I want to say every week. It sure seems that way. And so he's going to get his one touchdown. Now, granted, he's got to be about 250 minus 250.
Minus 220 plus 260 for the 2, which is, that can happen for sure.
Well, that's the thing. It's almost like, yes, he's going to get the 1. Minus 220 is a steep price. It's almost like, you have to parlay that with something in order to make any money. But that's going to happen. And so it's almost like, well, if he's going to get 1 and it's going to be early in the game, well, then he's 50-50 chance of getting a second one, and they're paying more than 2 to 1 for that. I think that's. I don't think it's the best thing that we'll see all day here, because the 49ers do spread the ball around, and now having Samuel back, now he's a candidate to get a touchdown or 2. Ayuk the same way, Kittle the same way, and this is, I don't see the 49ers putting up 40 points in this game, so it's going to be hard after McCaffrey's touchdown. 2 of those 4 guys are going to score another touchdown, but which 2 of the 4, it's very hard to pick. So, to me, I would stick with the 49ers laying 3 points in this game seems to me to be the best way to go in this game.
Just a straight up Niners. Go ahead and take it minus the field goal. Okay, 10-4. That's it for our 1 o'clock games. Although I want to talk about 1 or 2 of those. We'll come back to that. Okay, 4 o'clock, and we're going to get – it looks like we got Kyler Murray back this week, not last week like I initially said, but here we go. It looks like Murray's cleared for this week for the Cardinals. The Falcons are coming in, a dome team themselves, Atlanta, minus 1.5 are the Falcons, that seems kind of low to me, to be honest. 43.5 is the total here. We might get some John Connor back as well, too. Why do I think this just throws the Cardinals right back into preseason mode, to be honest? I don't know. It's a cheap number for the Falcons on the road. So do the Atlanta Falcons come in here and get the win?
You would think so. Because they play a style that I think, when you play a bad team, I think the bad team gets as excited for the game as the game is entertaining. If you start trading points with them and they get energized, their offensive guys get energized, then you put yourself in harm's way, because then next thing you know, Murray runs 50 yards for a touchdown or whatever, and you end up losing. But this isn't that type of game. The Falcons are a run-first team. The Cardinals are not a run defense. I think the Falcons should be, with two very good running backs, should be able to march the ball up and down the field against this team, kind of demoralize a bad team. All eyes are on Murray. And Murray, what can you expect? First game back, he's had major injuries before. He's got to be a little tentative. Like you said, it's almost like this is a preseason game for him. I think the Cardinals are going to be a team to watch from a fantasy perspective down the line, because if Murray does prove to be healthy, then one or two of their wideouts, and they have some decent ones, have a chance as the season progresses to have nice finishes to the season. I just don't think they're in a position right this week to make that happen. I think that the Falcons, kind of like I talked about the New England game, that when the Falcons march down the field on the ground, the very first time they have the ball, and here comes Murray into the game where there's all this excitement, and the 3 and out, and they punt it back, and here comes Atlanta running the ball. By the end of the first quarter, I just think their fans there are going to be asking, man, when's the baseball season start?
Right.
Who the Suns playing tomorrow night? And I think this could be a very demoralizing game for Arizona. I agree with what you said there. It just seems like Atlanta's still, a playoff contender, a contender in their division. It hasn't been a great season for them, but the spots don't get much easier than this, and the numbers don't get much smaller than this. I think that. I think Atlanta's going to win this game. It shouldn't be a very high-scoring game because Atlanta is going to run the ball a lot. I think both Atlanta running backs have a chance to have nice numbers, and presuming that Robinson, has the worst of the odds. I mean, I would look at Algier for at least one touchdown and maybe two in this game.
You know what? I mean, I think the Falcons can probably win this by a couple of scores. You're going to get 5-1 if they can win by 14 or more. So, I mean, that's not the worst number. Algier for a touchdown is plus 145. And for 2 touchdowns for him is plus 950. Plus 950.
Yeah, both of those are very, very attractive. I mean, to me, he is
43 and a half for his over-under rushing yards. So,
what is this?
Just 43 and a half for his
now, I mean, the concern about him is you wonder, if Robinson has a nice game going, you wonder, how much they'll use Algiers, but where they will use him is down by the goal
line. Yeah.
And he has scored touchdowns, and will continue to score touchdowns. I would think that that's a very small number in terms of total yards for him, but I love the numbers on the touchdowns. I mean, one touchdown with a plus value to it.
Right.
That's on my A list. My top five plays for this week. I'd love to have him going on my fantasy team this week. I think that. That one touchdown to me is a given.
All right, so I'm constructing a ticket right now. And I've got McCaffrey for 2 touchdowns, Ramondre Stevenson for 100-plus yards, and we'll add Tyler Algier for 1 touchdown. And right now we're getting 63-1 odds. So we'll keep adding to it as we go.
If I were me, I'd knock McCaffrey down to 1 touchdown.
All right,
I know you lose a lot of value there, but it's kind of, I don't know what the term is in the business. It's the sweetener or whatever it is.
Right.
Because you're going to get a nice.
Let's not get greedy, is what it's called.
Right. Well, you're going to get a nice price on the other things. It's one thing if everything, you're parlaying 3 or 4 things and they're all minus 220, and next thing you know, you get 6-1 on a 4-leg parlay. This isn't that. I mean, we're talking about Stevenson getting 100 yards, had a nice price. We got Algier with an underdog price on his touchdown, and so to me, adding McCaffrey with one TD, just and we're adding to it. So this is where I like where we're at so far.
25-1 odds on that now. So we'll
see that.
make it like that.
Yeah, as you said. Well, I know your answer to this, but why be greedy?
Exactly. You know what? You can actually do another one and get the greed play for less and double it up here. Okay. All right.
Oh, because I've got some of those. I got. Last week I steered you astray with my big sleeper plays of the week, but I got a greedy one. Talk about later on.
All right. Is that a NFC West, AFC West greedy play, or is that a different game?
It is. It's a two-legged one. One involves an AFC West team, and the other one, yes, involves an NFC West. So it involves both. We will talk about both of these games.
Okay, 10-4. All right, next on the slate, 4:05 Eastern window, and here we are. We have 4 games back at 4 o'clock, so I like that. This has a chance to be a fun game. This one sticks out to me as well. Detroit -3 at the Chargers, over under 48.5. Now, the Chargers have been an under team. It's not like they've been an over team. And, Detroit can play kind of both ways. It depends how good their running game's going. If they don't need to rely on Goff to throw down the field, then they're quite happy just running the ball. They're built very well there in the trenches. But Jared Goff's going to feel very comfortable at home or coming back to this SoFi Stadium, I think, to be honest. So I kind of like his props without even looking at him. This will be my first dab at looking at him right off the bat. Just kind of a homecoming. I think it's a comfortable place for him. It's not like the Chargers have a good home field advantage. Elements are good. So I'm going to look at some Goff props in this game. But the Lions and Chargers, I think, has a good chance to be entertaining. And probably is going to play out just like you said in the past, Dave. It'll be a great game till the end, and then the Chargers will do something stupid to give Detroit the victory here. But, you know what? I'll give the Chargers credit with a nice win against the bad Jets team on the road on Monday night, although it's not like their offense really got going either. Are the Lions going to come here and flex their muscles on the Chargers? Can this be somewhat of a shootout potentially? What do you got on this one?
Well, let me speak in general about this week's schedule just for a second.
Yep.
I think this week's schedule is really, really attractive. I think there are 3 or 4 matchups this week that, should be the prime time games. I mean, they haven't picked the great games this week. The 49ers in Jacksonville being one of them. This one, as you said, and I agree 100%, this one's probably at the top of the list. This is, I'm hoping, because the 49ers play a morning game, that this is our afternoon game, that we'll see here. I'm not sure that that's the case, because Dallas is playing, in the afternoon. Seattle's playing in the afternoon. There's a couple of, bigger name teams.
You'll get the Falcons and the Cardinals. You probably won't.
Exactly. So I'm hoping this is the game that we see. I think this is going to be a great game. I think the Chargers are going to win this game. I think that they're, call me an idiot because, like you said, no. The Chargers take 1 step forward, then they take 2 back. They'll be ahead in this game in the end, and then they'll find a way to lose it. I just think Detroit's a bit overrated. I think that they don't have the offensive firepower to match up with the Chargers' offensive firepower. And with Eckler back, I think the Chargers, they don't have Williams still, but I think they're easily the better offensive team in this game. And I think the Chargers are going to find a way to win this game. But, it is, it's entertaining. It should be high scoring. Detroit is one of these offensive teams that, not, they're not going to beat you by throwing the ball down the field, but they should be able to take advantage of a generally bad defense, just, nickel and diming. And Goff, like you said, I think Goff's going to have a really good game here in terms, the way he does it. He'll be 22 for 28, for 230 yards and 2 or 3 touchdowns. They're getting Montgomery back this week. I'm pretty sure. And so that helps, that hurts Goff in terms of touchdown passes, because, they like to run it in when they can. Gibbs has had some decent games while Montgomery's been out. So he's now in a very nice complementary role. I think they have, the means to run the ball, to throw the ball short like they want to. I think they're going to put up points, but in the end, I think that the Chargers are the better offensive team, and I think they'll find a way, to win this game, but a close one. So that's what makes the game to me entertaining. These are a fun team and an up-and-coming team that's kind of captured America's attention. Matching up, I think it's, like I said, I just hope it's on TV here. I'd like to watch it.
The Goff passing number is 269.5. That actually might be too high. I was thinking it's going to be a little bit lower than that.
Again, he's had good passing games, but those are with Montgomery out. And this is kind of similar when I'm talking about the Falcons game against the Cardinals. That Detroit's going to run the ball for as much as you let them run the ball, and Chargers aren't the kind of team that's going to stop your running game. And so, mix Gibbs in there as a change of pace. I think they'll be able to run the ball quite effectively in this game, and that's got to keep Goff's numbers down. I think Goff will be, when all said and done, like I said, I think he'll have very efficient numbers, but I don't think he's going to have the real fantasy-worthy. I'd be surprised if he threw 2 touchdown passes in this game. Certainly not 3. Right. I'd be surprised if he went over 230 yards in this game. This has the, like I said, 22 for 28, 222 yards, 1 touchdown, and Montgomery gets 2 touchdowns. I will say this though, and this is part of my my long shot parlay. This involves this game, and it involves Jameson Williams.
All right, here we go again with Jameson. All right, yep.
Yeah, the guy that I'm waiting for to explode onto the scene. Obviously, he's been a fizzle so far. They seem to be throwing the ball more to him a little bit, more and more.
Yep.
And this is the kind of game where, again, in a high-scoring game where you run it, you throw it short, you run it, you throw it short, and then we faked it into the line, and their safeties ran up because we've run 10 of the last 12 plays, and there goes Jameson Williams running behind the defense. He may only catch 1 or 2 balls this game, but I take him as a long shot, score a touchdown guy.
Plus 550 is a great number.
I'm gonna parlay him. You'll see why, to another guy coming up in a different game. So that's my my long shot play for this game. I also think that another guy that I've mentioned who's been disappointing, but I think has the potential to have a nice game here, based on volume, is Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
And
plus 440
because
for him.
Palmer's on injured reserve now, and of course Williams is out for the season or whatever. They have no other option other than aside from Allen, who's going to draw a lot of coverage. I think that this guy's going to get an opportunity to get more targets in this game than he normally would. I don't see the Chargers being able to run the ball against Detroit's defense. But Detroit's pass defense is very average. And like I said, you've got to focus on stopping Allen. I think Johnston could have, with 7 or 8 targets, I think he's going to go over his yardage total. I think he's, he might be a sneaky guy to get a touchdown in this game. And so, that's my take on the Chargers.
Quentin Johnson is over under 28.5.
Okay, well that's very nice. That's one catch.
If you want him for 50 yards plus 260, 60 yards plus 400, he gets a ton of money if he gets to 80. But we'll see. We don't have to get that.
Right? No, me not greedy. I'll take the lower number. The nice thing, we've talked about this before, the allowing you to parlay like events. I mean, if he goes over his yardage total, then it means he's caught a pass, maybe even a longer one. And so he's more likely to have scored a touchdown. So if he goes over the yardage total and you've also taken a touchdown, that's a nice parlay.
Let's
see. It's either both are going to happen or neither is going to happen.
Right.
And so, so why not, just put them, the two things together. It could all happen on one play. I think that's a nice, what are you getting on? You got to be getting 10 to 1 on taking just those two things, over on his yardage and over on and the touchdown.
The touchdown plus 440 and the over on the 28.5. You're going to get paid right about 9 to 1.
There you go. I mean, that's nice. And like I said, this is, and the worst case scenario in this game for the Chargers is that they fall behind, which is very possible. And as I said, I think Detroit's going to be able to move the ball on them rather efficiently. But falling behind is not necessarily a bad thing in this game because it's just going to get them more into a passing mode, which is where Detroit is most vulnerable. And if they're in a passing mode and, you've got Johnston out there, basically full-time wide receiver, going, out there, opposite of a guy who's getting a lot of double teams. And all it's going to take is one defensive mistake or one missed tackle, and there he goes, 35-yard touchdown pass, bang, you're 9 to 1. You're, can I cash right now?
2 touchdown scores. Would you rather have Eckler or Montgomery?
I'd rather have Montgomery.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that, again, it comes down to volume. I mean, I think that Montgomery, if all goes well, will get 12 to 15 carries. And not only that, but, at least 4 or 5 in the red zone. And I think this is how the Lions are going to score. They're going to score on the ground. I think he's their most likely guy to score on the ground. Whereas the Chargers, Eckler is probably their most likely guy to score, but it's just, it's probably not going to come on the ground, which means it's going to be difficult. Detroit's got a very tough front seven. It's going to be hard for Eckler, I think, to do a lot of damage in this game. If he scores a touchdown, it's probably going to be one of those lucky ones. In other words, play fake and swing it out of the backfield on a 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. The kind of thing that if the Lions are in that situation, they hand the ball to Montgomery up the middle once or twice in a row and you get in. The Chargers are going to have to try to throw for that. Very, much more unlikely to happen. But, Eckler does have a history of scoring that way. So it wouldn't shock me. But to me, Montgomery is a much stronger play in this game to score a touchdown and even 2.
Do you want to add anything to our Stevenson, Algier, and McCaffrey ticket? Go ahead and add Montgomery for 1.
Yeah.
All
That's a good one.
All right. So that ticket is
we'll
now.
Keep the Jameson Williams for my side ticket.
Yeah, for the side ticket. All right. So we're up to almost 48 to 1 now on 1 touchdown for Montgomery, McCaffrey, Algier, and Stevenson for 100 yards. Okay. Now we're talking. Let's see here. Next game on the board. Okay. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. Geno Smith just is heading down. Basically, he's fallen off a cliff at this point. And I envision him trying to grab onto that last rock that's about 25 feet below the cliff's edge, trying to hold on for dear life before he takes the plummet of another 1,000 feet down. But, man, going down in a spiral quick, and what a no-show performance. I mean, he's just a statue back there last week against the Ravens. And, well, here you go. You got the Commanders. It's not like they're going to set the world on fire with their pass rush. So a chance for Geno to somewhat redeem himself. But the Commanders can show a little bit of offense at times too. Maybe a tough spot, though, going all the way across country. You only have to lay 5.5 with the Seahawks. The total's 44.5. The common sense would say, okay, Seattle's going to rebound here. Bad spot for the Commanders. They're going to be able to take care of business. Pete Carroll will have a good game plan going on to get this win. Seattle once was on top of the NFC West just a couple weeks ago, if you can believe that or not. But why do I think the Commanders are going to give these guys fits again? And that's all because of the Geno factor. I meant to pull up the total yardage for Lockett, DK, and the receivers for the year, just because I don't think it's very, very good when you look at those numbers all together. But anyway, what do you got here, Dave? Is this going to be redemption time for Seattle at home, or can the Commanders come in and make this miserable for Geno?
I think the Commanders have a very good chance of winning this game. I think they've got a really nice, and got to give you credit. You've been leading the charge on this for basically since day one. I think Sam Howell, has been a revelation. Yeah. And they're quietly they've developed 3 nice whiteouts. And Seattle is not a good pass defense. So if they can protect Howell, I think he can have a monster passing game here. I think, they're with McLaurin and with Crowder and with Dotson. I mean, is this like the Chargers where you say, well, we're going to double team Al and we'll take our chances with everybody else? You look at those 3 guys, and I mean, certainly with McLaurin and Dotson, I mean, they've both been very, very effective. And I think because of that, Crowder's been very effective in recent games, scoring touchdowns. I think they're the team here that's got the most firepower. They're a team, if they fall behind, can come back. They're a team that may not fall behind because they should be able to score points, rather handily in this game. I think this is going to end up being a high-scoring game, right, just because Washington takes it in that direction.
Right.
I don't see them blowing out Seattle because Seattle does have weapons, and now Walker seems to be healthier. I'm just not so sure about their wideouts. I mean, they're the top 2 guys are. Both been injured. Are they really healthy? Are they? Yeah. And what's ended up happening is, thank goodness for them, Smith Najiba or whatever how you pronounce his name has come on and done very well. And kind of while the other guys have stumbled. And so now, I mean, if they're healthy at receiver, which again I'm not sure that they are. They have the potential to put up nice numbers in this game. So I think this to me has got the potential to be one of the higher scoring games, if not the highest scoring game on the board this week. We got Kansas City not playing. We got Miami not playing. We got Philly not playing. That's a lot of points on the sidelines in a league that's already fairly low scoring. To me, this is the game that jumps out like this. This could be a fun game to watch. This could be a 31-30 kind of game where the team that's behind is going to have a lot of potential to come back and score that late touchdown. I can understand why Seattle's favored in this game, but I don't necessarily think that they're, better than 50-50 to win this game. I take those points. Again, to me, what's really helpful in a game like this is even if Seattle, Seattle's up 10, there's 2 minutes to go, this game's over. Well, Washington's got the kind of offense where, you know what, we're just going to march right down the field passing the ball.
And they've kicked in back door a few times already this year.
22 seconds to go. Exactly.
They've done that a couple
there's
times.
a lot of teams in the league that just don't have that potential, but Washington certainly does. And so it's if they were to fall behind, by 10 points in this game, which I don't necessarily expect, but if they did and it came down to it, I think it's a nice luxury. It's a reason to, hey, don't crumble up that ticket yet. Washington's getting the ball back one more time. So I take them and the points. But I think an even better play, is the over in this game. And I'm going to guess that they're putting a 47 on this game.
44.5. So
yeah, I mean that's good. That's because 45 is kind of a key number. 24-21 gets you there. Man, that seems awfully low scoring for a Washington-Seattle game. 24-21. I think this game is shooting way over that.
You can get plus 330 to get the 55.5. If you think this can be low 30s, high 20s, then you'll get there that way. Let's see, just the Commanders to win outright is a little over 2-1. So let's just say they win by 5.5 or something, because that's, your walk-off touchdown in overtime, right?
There you go. Greedy.
4-1. Yeah, I know. Minus 2.5 though is plus 255. I think you take the straight money line if you're only plus 30 difference there, right?
What are Howell's passing numbers in this game?
Let's see here. The passing props for Sam Howell.
He's got to be like 280. Right?
262.5. No alternate line on him yet. And it's interesting. Is Gino hurt? Because they don't even have him listed right now.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge either, but you just don't see him.
But I think what's possibly doing that is the fact that both of their top wideouts have been injured.
Right.
Right. And so what's their status going into this game? And obviously that makes a big difference. So then maybe that would affect that. Whereas in Washington's case, all three of their wideouts are playing very well. So anyway, this is the second half of my fun parlay here. My Jameson to Jameson parlay. I'm going to take Jameson Crowder and Jameson Williams to each score a touchdown. Oh man, what am I getting there? 22-1.
Let's see here. Plus 550 for the one touchdown for Williams, and now Crowder's going to pay good. Let's see what we got. Jameson Crowder is plus 600. So yeah, you're going to get right about 25-1, 26-1, 27-1.
Jameson and Jameson. What a nice drink.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah,
I'll celebrate.
A bottle of that.
Celebrate with a Jameson.
A shot of Irish. I'm
able to score.
I am an Irish whiskey fan myself. Do you want to throw anything from this game into our parlay, our automatic lock parlay we got going?
Well, like I said, I think Howell's going to go over the passing total.
Okay.
I think that to me. You like I said, you got three wide receivers, and I don't want to make it sound like, oh, they got Tyreek Hill and Waddle and AJ Brown, but these are three wide receivers that are all going really well, and a quarterback that's also going really well. I just don't see how Washington in this game doesn't put up 27, 30, even, mid 30s in this game. And it's not coming on the ground. And so I think that Howell's a really very, very solid play to go over his yardage total. And then again, looking at those receivers, I think each one of them has a chance to score a touchdown. I think each one of them has a chance to go over his yardage total. Obviously you don't want to get carried away there, but I think that if you took the over yardage total on those three receivers, you'd win at least 2 out of 3.
Right.
And if you took the touchdown for each of those three receivers, you'd hit 2 out of 3. So I think that's a, without parlaying them together or whatever, going for the big money. I just think, again, it goes well with Howell. If Howell has a big passing day, then 2 of those 3 guys are going over their yardage total, and at least one of them, and that would be all it takes if it's Crowder, catches a touchdown pass. I think that's a very, very, very solid way to approach this game. Is just take, the 4 of them, the quarterback and the 3 receivers, and just take them as many ways as you can, over the TDs and over the yardage totals.
McLaurin is 62.5. Jahan Dotson is 54.5, and you have Jamison Crowder at 39.5.
Well, there you go. And that basically adds up to 150, which is going to be about half of his passing total for the game.
Right.
So it's very, and I don't see any of these guys necessarily going for 130. So it's not like, well, one guy's going to get 130, the other guys are going to get 30 apiece. I just think that they're all pretty interchangeable. If you look at their targets in recent weeks, it's like, well, one guy got 8, one guy got 7, and one guy got 6. And I think they're going to throw the ball more this week than they normally do. I just think that you're looking at a bunch of guys who are going to get 7, 8, 9, even 10 targets, and they're all going to get them. And if they do, then they all got a really good chance to go over their yardage total. I don't know. I just think that to me, this is this again. So how do you? There's a embarrassment of riches here. I mean, there's just so many things that I would like to play in this game, and which ones parlay well together. So I'll leave that to the expert like you. But this is I count me in on everything Washington passing.
Okay, green light. Okay. I'm going to have to keep that as a snippet for the future. Give me the green light on everything Washington, because at some point that will be funny. Sam Howell over 262.5. Montgomery for 1 touchdown. McCaffrey for 1. Algier for 1. Stevenson for 100 plus yards. We're now up to 90-1 odds on that. And the best thing is, if Stevenson doesn't quite get there, you can always reset and use the same guys again. All right, let's move on. So high scoring game there. Now we get to the Sunday night game. I have no idea why the media is all over the Jets here, why they're even a favorite, to be honest. I've seen their last 2 games. Their offense is atrocious. Now, I get it. They're playing the Raiders, which might be their remedy. Over-unders just 36.5. But I kind of like the way the Raiders responded, like as we predicted with Antonio Pierce at coach there. I think more pressure is definitely on the Jets in that regard, as in terms of trying to win this game. Now, you're a Raiders guy forever. You know how this team responds. They're bound to get a nice win and then look like complete garbage the next week. But maybe the Jets are the perfect remedy for the Raiders in that regard as well. I don't know. I'm not buying the Jets on the road as a favorite here. That's all I'm going to say. Max Crosby, he's been fantastic, to be honest. We haven't talked about him on the show at all at any point. But Max Crosby seems to be the one, you occasionally get that one player on the defensive line that seems like he can dominate a game. Doesn't happen much in the NFL, but he seems to do that occasionally anyway. And he might be able to do that against Wilson here in the Jets. I'm going to take the Raiders at home, Dave. I'm not, just for the Jets' sake alone, that you can never bet the over with them unless they're, unless that crazy game at Denver I did that one time. That was about it. But I'm going to lean on the Raiders at home. It will be disgusting to do so, but I just like the momentum they have with Pierce. Maybe this new quarterback can get something going. Devontae's bound to be locked down by Sauce Gardner as well. So, it's going to have to be the other guy, Myers, right? Myers might have to take up a little bit more slack here. Low scoring game maybe is just the best bet. I don't know. What do you got?
Well, I will say this about the Raiders, and they did respond to the new coach last week, obviously very well, especially defensively. And that's the key to this game, is that if you play well defensively in this game, and you've got a very good opportunity to do that against the Jets, obviously it maximizes your chances of winning, even when you got a rookie quarterback going up against this defensive genius and a really good defensive team. I think that this game is going to come down to the team that makes the one big mistake is probably going to lose this game. I can see this game being somewhat similar to the Jets and Giants game, where both teams, you got two defensive-minded coaches who believe this other team will never score against us unless we do something stupid. So let's not do anything stupid. And it could be a very, very boring game. But, these mistakes happen, and where the mistakes are going to happen is probably in the pass rush, hitting the quarterback, causing a fumble, maybe a scoop and score, causing an errant pass right to the defense. I think that each defense in this game's got a chance to score. I'd say they're as likely as the offense, scoring and touchdowns in this game. It's a low total, but I just don't see. I can't imagine either team getting to 20 points in this game. And if they don't, then it's definitely going under. But I think the most important thing here is, like I said, it's the mentality of the team going in. And the Raiders are now, they're fired up that they're a good defense. And the Jets, of course, are fired up because they know they're a good defense. They both have to be licking their chops in this game defensively. And I just don't see, again, I don't see how any touchdowns are scored in this game offensively.
Right.
And that I can much more easily see defensive scoring. You mentioned, the Raiders tend to be up and down. Can they really, get back up after a big emotional game last week? But you have to remember that the last straw for the previous coach was that embarrassing game on Monday night. And here we go. They get the national spotlight again. And you've got to know that the coach is reminding them that, hey, look, the last time we went on TV, everybody laughed at us. I think it gives them the potential to be emotionally as charged up for this game as they were last week. So I don't think a letdown is coming. I think where, the big question is which quarterback is going to make the mistake that costs this team the game. And if I had to guess at that, and it is only a guess, I would guess it's going to be the rookie against the Jets defense that makes that mistake. So I wouldn't, I think the Jets are going to find a way to win this game, but, that's certainly not one of my stronger opinions of the week. But, if I were bored and looking to play this game in some way, I'd take each team to score a defensive touchdown and just hope that one or the other hits, because I think I think it's very possible.
So you get 6-1 for the Jets, you get 9-1 for the Raiders. But let me run this one by you. Total touchdowns scored for the game under 3.5 is plus 112.
Well, you would think so. I mean, again, what concerns me is, when two good defenses are playing each other. Now, granted, defensive scores don't happen very often, so maybe I tend to overstate this. But when it's only going to take 4 touchdowns to beat you, and you give one away, you give one away on an interception for a touchdown, or a fumble, scoop and score kind of touchdown, and now that's 25% of the way there, and they didn't even earn it. And then it comes down to the end of the game where the Jets are winning 20-7, and the Raiders have the ball at the end, and the Jets lay down, and they give up a late meaningless touchdown, and there's that fourth touchdown where you look back at the game and say, you know what, they should pay me because only 2 of those touchdowns are legit out of the 4. I don't know. All that said, you would think that there would be fewer than 4 touchdowns scored in this game, but I just fear that I'm going to get screwed because they just scored a defensive touchdown, and so I'll just stick with I'll very minimally touch this game, and as I said, I'll take that 6-1 and that 9-1 separately, and try to hit one or the other, and you've got a pays for your dinner.
And if you want to get greedy, you can throw a nickel on the 5 cents, literally, on both teams to get a defensive touchdown.
There we go. I mean, yeah, right. Well, that would, man, you talk about it. If you really want to think, man, I got a real good feel for how this game is going, and you take the Jets defense for a score, the Raiders defense for a score, but the game to go under 3.5 total touchdowns, now you're talking 50-1.
Probably more than that. Any quarter to be scoreless is plus 145. That might not be
interesting.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we'll move on from this one. And no idea why this game wasn't flexed. 8:20 p.m. the night game there. All right, Dave, this Monday night game I think has a shot because both of these defenses have proven to be bad. And the the Broncos have proven they can actually play a little bit of offense as well. You got to figure at least at home the Bills will get their points. But I think they're going to leave the door open for the Broncos here. This could be a closer game than 7. The spread, 46.5 is the total. The Bills I don't know. Stock is just down overall with these guys. I want to say the receiving core should be better. They seems like they would be. Why is this team not clicking on all cylinders, at least on offense? They just aren't. Maybe they just pass way too much, and it's predictable, I guess. But I think we can get some points here. I think 46.5 is going to be too low. I do not know the Buffalo weather. I'll look that up as you start to talk here in a second. But the Broncos and the Bills, 46.5, we have decent conditions. Can you see this as an over?
Well, you're dreaming if there's decent conditions. Just when I saw the Bears-Panthers game the other night in Chicago, and they thought, oh, beautiful night here in Chicago. And then the first thing to do is they show the coaches, and they're all bundled up. They've got their hoodies on underneath their heavy jackets, and it's like, oh, yeah, beautiful conditions, right? And I think that's best case scenario. That's what we're looking at.
46 at kickoff with light wind.
What was that?
46 at kickoff with light wind.
There we go. At kickoff. I mean, so you're talking about a game that's going to be played in the the low 40s, which is not beautiful conditions. And my concern in this game is who are the Broncos right now? I mean, I think we're overrating them based on the fact that they've played the Chiefs well. If I'm not mistaken, 2 of their last 3 games have been against the Chiefs, and they've done well in those games. But in between, they played Green Bay. And terrible Green Bay team at home, I want to say, and then found a way to lose that game somehow. I'm not sure we don't have a situation here where they just got Kansas City's number in some way, and this really isn't a very good team. I'm not sure, because you would think that, well, with this new coach and they're coming along slowly, and this was very encouraging, their last game. All right, I understand all that, but I still see the same problems with this team, and starting with the quarterback. And it's just not what he used to be. Javonte Williams is starting to run the ball a lot and real effectively, and that's how that's how Denver is going to be successful in most games. But I just don't see them going into Buffalo and establishing a running game. And like I said, and in 40 degree weather, I don't see Wilson turning back the clock and having a big passing game. I just don't see where Denver's competitive in this game. I think that we're overrating them some based on their success against Kansas City. And as you mentioned, rightfully so, about Buffalo, it's people are down on them right now. But when that's happened in the past, they've bounced back real effectively. This is probably just what they need, a nationally televised game.
The perfect remedy.
At home against an overrated opponent. I think they could win this game really easily. My biggest concern here is a big fantasy matchup this week, and the other guy's got Buffalo's defense. And I don't have anybody go on Monday night. So it could come down to how well Buffalo's defense plays on Monday night. And that scares me because I have no confidence in Denver's offense. I hope you're right. I hope Denver's able to put up points. I just don't see it happening. I think Buffalo, I don't know what the line is on this game. It sure as heck better be over 7.
It's right at 7.
Okay. And that, that's, I would think Buffalo has the potential to win this game real easily.
Okay. All right. So Buffalo on the alt line at home against the Broncos. All right. Let's see here. Do you want to add anything yet to our crazy prop? Sam, how's the last thing that we have going on? Anything in the last 2 games, Jets or Denver, that's a lock to you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't think so. All right. So fun game-wise, games that we have not talked about. All right. I'm trying to predict your fun game here.
Well, good luck with that because I'm not sure it exists.
I'm not sure it exists either. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That being said, I could see some upsets. All right, and maybe you can agree with me on this. I could see a letdown for Cincinnati against Houston, especially if the receiving core is dinged up. The Texans are getting a lot of points, 6.5. I'm going to say the same thing with the Browns, although they've already lost to the Ravens. And Ravens have been good. I mean, they've been nice. But the Broncos, they're still not a bad team, and they have great defense. They're getting 6.5 points as well. So that's attractive to me. And the one obscure one that I don't think anyone's talking about, that's kind of going to stick out to me, and it's a low number. And I said at the beginning of the season, I think Tampa is going to be better than what people have advertised. And even in defeat, they're at least competitive. And Will Levis is going to have to show it to me, to be honest, some more. Just, he had that one game where he got Hopkins involved there with the 3 scores, but things not so well in Pittsburgh the second time out. I think with a tougher Buccaneers defense, he might see some issues again. And the Buccaneers have a few things going on the offense. They were able to move the ball against the top 6 defense last week with Baker, just because they have good skill guys. And they're just a veteran team who knows how to actually do it. So I think the Buccaneers can have good success at home against the Titans. So either of those 3 kind of stick out to you. Maybe it's the Saints-Vikings game that could get a good run. I think Green Bay and the Packers could get stuck in the mud for sure. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the rest of the slate?
Well, I don't see a lot of excitement here. What I do see in these games is, Cleveland and Baltimore, I think, is one of the games that I was talking about before. That you've got the 49ers and Jacksonville, a fun game. Detroit and the Chargers are a real neat game. And I think that Cleveland and Baltimore would be the third game that I put in that group where 2 good teams are playing each other. Yet there's big question marks. I mean, obviously there's big question marks with the 49ers and how they've played lately. There's big question marks with how good Detroit is. The Chargers, or you never really know what's coming from them. And this game, I've said this for weeks now, and I think Cleveland's a lot better than people realize. And
I agree.
It all comes down to their quarterback. And if their quarterback is healthy and he's playing adequately, their defense it might be the best in the entire league. I don't think Baltimore does anything on offense that's going to scare Cleveland. Obviously, these teams know each other really well. And in Baltimore, Baltimore is a team that's been running the ball real effectively. I don't really see that necessarily happening in this game against Cleveland. I think this is going to be a very tightly fought, probably defensive-minded kind of game. But a game where I'd like to, Cleveland's going to have to show me that they can compete on this level, and Baltimore has been awfully good lately. So either, one of two things is going to happen. Either one thing is like Baltimore is going to prove that, wow, they really are a Super Bowl contender, or B, I'm going to be very proud to say I was right about Cleveland because they stood up to Baltimore and beat them or gave them a battle or whatever. I'm just not sure how that's going to work out. The game that, another two games that I'm interested in seeing how they turn out and without really having a clue as to how they're going to turn out. One is New Orleans and Minnesota.
Right.
I was very impressed with Minnesota starting quarterback last week. Until he got hurt, right? And then they brought in Dobbs, or however you want to pronounce his name. And then he came in and obviously was the hero of that game. I'm, as someone who has Justin Jefferson in fantasy, and needing at least one of those two guys to play well down the stretch, I'm very encouraged that they both played well last week. And I think their passing game is going to continue to play well over the course of the season. New Orleans is a good, solid team, good defensive team, a team that probably thinks they're going into Minnesota without the quarterback and without their star receiver. New Orleans probably thinks they're going in there and winning, and they might. I'm curious to see. I hope the Minnesota quarterback or quarterbacks, whoever they play, continue to perform well, because I'm going to need that in fantasy down the line. The other thing I have my eye on is that Houston-Cincinnati game. Is Stroud really as good as his numbers have indicated? He might be. I mean, is Houston really going to turn into this AFL style, wing it kind of team? We've never seen this in recent years, from the Texans era of of Houston. We've seen this in the Oilers era, but not in the Texans era. But do they have the quarterback now to play that kind of style? Because they seem to have some really nice young receivers that you basically, unless you follow college football, you never heard of. This Tank Dell guy really looks like he's, going to be a guy you're going to have to draft pretty early in fantasy next year. Nico Collins was a guy we thought at the beginning of the year that was going to be good, right? And he's taken a second seat now. But now there's even this guy, Noah Brown. Mm-hmm. And he came out of nowhere the last week, or especially last week. But if you look back at his career, he was supposed to be, a good player. Got drafted by the Cowboys, who already had some whiteouts, kind of got lost there. Had a decent year last year, finally got out of there. Now he's gone to Houston, where he thought he was going to be able to do big things. And maybe he will. I mean, he's an Ohio State guy. Stroud's an Ohio State guy. There might be a connection there. They had a really nice thing last week. Is this guy, in terms of, I'm looking for who's going to help me down the stretch in fantasy. I got an eye on Noah Brown. I mean, he has another big game this week. He will definitely be a buy sign on the fantasy market. And at the same time, it'll definitely be a buy sign for Houston in terms of being this high scoring, Redskins kind of team, Colts kind of team. They got another game coming up against the Colts, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to see, and this is a very tough matchup. Cincinnati's obviously firing on all cylinders. But if Houston shows me signs that, hey, we can move the ball on Cincinnati through the air on the road, wait till you see us next week. So that's what I'm curious to see in this game. and who he's throwing the ball to. I hope that Brown has another big game. But this team does offensively reminds me of the Redskins in terms of, they've got these 3 wideouts, and you got 3 really good wideouts. It's hard to, it's hard to stop them all. And if you got this, this gunslinger quarterback, like it appears Washington has, and now maybe Houston has, these could be 2 fun teams, to watch moving forward. So again, am I jumping on? Am I making any predictions on either one of these games I'm talking about? No, I really have no idea what to expect. Maybe it's wishful thinking that Minnesota's quarterbacks are actually halfway decent. That Houston can really go on the road and put up points on Cincinnati.
Right.
I'm not convinced of either one of those things. The Cleveland-Baltimore game, I have to stay away from games as far as I'm concerned. So I'm more curious to see how those games play out, and then we'll adjust accordingly on this show next week.
Let's see here. Dallas laying 17.5. You would never lay that because they're bound to get the lead and just kind of sit on it and try to coast home, and that's where you'll get bit, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's no way you can look at a number like that.
Right.
No.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's build our roster real quick, and I'll get you out of here. Who's your QB1 this week? If we're trying to draft a team, you have the pick of the litter. Keep in mind, there's probably some sort of a budget, but we're smart enough to negotiate that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm going to, be conscious of. I'm not going to just give you the highest, highest price guy in every matchup. But I'll go with Howell.
Okay, nice pick. Great. All right, wide receiver 1.
Wide receiver 1 this week. Let's see here. Boy, I don't see him. Looking back, thinking now of our ticket, right?
Right.
And the guys that I'm highest on this week, almost all running backs.
Right.
So I got to figure that's where the strength of my roster is going to be this week. So I'm going to go, kind of take, lower priced, take a stab in the dark with my whiteouts. I'll take McLaurin as one of my whiteouts as a hookup with Howell.
Right, double points. Yep.
Okay, and then I will take as a second whiteout. I will take Debo against Jacksonville.
Okay.
As my second whiteout. I could, if I had to, I won't use a third whiteout in this lineup because I think I'm going to use a running back as my third guy there. Right. If I had to go with a lower priced whiteout, I would take Quentin Johnston.
Okay, nice.
My third guy, but I'll stick with with Debo and with McLaurin as my receivers, and then my running backs are I got to go with Stevenson.
Right.
I think he's the most likely guy to rush for over 100 yards this week, and I will take Montgomery as a guy, the most likely guy of all to score 2 touchdowns. And then, as my flex position, I will again go with a running back, and I will go with Algier. Again, a guy who I think has a good chance of scoring 2 touchdowns this week without putting up big rushing numbers, a nice low price guy like that. So I think those with Stevenson and Algier and Montgomery, I think you've got a really, really solid combination of backs who could easily give you 5 or 6 touchdowns. And then on top of that, you've got the Howell McLaurin combination, which I think could be big too. Tight end, let's see. They don't really.
Laporta might not be a bad option.
Who was that?
Laporta, if you can afford him. If he comes
Yeah,
in
you know, I do. That is a good choice. That is someone who I would have considered. I think that you know, the fact that I have Montgomery in the lineup, I think would steer me away. I'll tell you who I'm going to go with. I'll go with the rookie from Buffalo.
Yes.
The guy from Utah.
Yeah. Not
Yeah,
Dawson Knox. It's the
No, the other guy.
Why am I having a problem?
Yeah.
I take this guy every week, so let me pull him.
Yeah.
Up.
And I think that even in cold weather,
Kincaid, Dalton Kincaid.
Kincaid, there we go. He's got as you mentioned earlier, this isn't a team that's going to run for a touchdown unless it's the quarterback, faking it and running it in. And so he throws a lot of short touchdown passes. He looks for the tight end around the goal line. Kincaid seems to be getting better every week. I think, the Buffalo's going to win this game. So that'll be my tight end. If I'm going with a defense, I'm going to take I'll take the Jets defense against the Raiders. Could easily go with the Raider defense against the Jets. I just think that Saleh, scheming against a rookie quarterback, who hasn't been able, they haven't been able to get the ball, not only him, haven't been able to get the ball to Adams. If you're not throwing the ball to Adams, then who knows who you're throwing the ball to. I think that this is I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think there's a very good chance that the Jets get a defensive score in this game. And then my kicker, well, I'll go with what I consider to be the highest scoring game on the board. If it's not Detroit and the Chargers, it's Washington and Seattle. So I'm going to triple up on the Redskins and take their kicker. I don't even know who it is. Sly?
Joey Sly, Virginia Tech Hokie. I got one for you. I'll take Koo.
I'll triple up on my Redskins.
How about Koo for Atlanta? Just because he's reliable, and you got to figure Atlanta's going to get some points against Arizona, right?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's good, but I don't think. I think Washington is more likely to score in the 30s than Atlanta would be to reach that kind of total. Because they play two different ways. Washington's going to throw. Atlanta's going to run. So I'll, give me Sly.
All right, we got some good tickets. So again, Stevenson for 100 yards, anytime touchdown for Algier, McCaffrey, Montgomery, and Sam Howell over 262.5. That pays 90-1. We got the Jamison Williams, the Jamison Crowder combo, which is paying really good too, 20-1 for that. Let's see here. Buffalo wins comfortably. Atlanta should be able to win comfortably. And highest scoring game potentially with Denver and the Chargers. Is that right? Detroit and the Chargers.
I'd say Washington and Seattle would be my number one, because that's a very even more reasonable total on that game. I just think both those teams have the capability of falling behind and throwing to catch up. Whereas the Detroit game, I'm just not sure Detroit can play that kind of game. They're going to be running the ball, and it's kind of like Atlanta. I think that if Detroit has success in this game, which I think they will offensively, it's going to be because they pound the ball up the middle time and again. And so I think that will help keep that game within a reasonable total. I just don't see there's no way the Washington-Seattle game is going to turn into that kind of game.
All right. I envision your patience is running a little thin waiting for Jefferson to come off the injury list. Is that true?
No, not true.
Okay.
And in fact, what's interesting is that, I've been obviously monitoring his situation very closely. I gave up half the world to get him. Everything I read about him this week was good. He they opened up his practice window after the minimum of 4 weeks out, which was good. So he was back on the field, and which is an indication that this isn't, oh, we didn't tell you this was a torn hamstring rather than a strain. He's really going to be out for the season. And so that was encouraging that he's back practicing. It was also encouraging that the Minnesota coach said, look, we understand who this guy is. He's our franchise. We're not bringing him back till he's 100%. I'm 100% behind that. I'm 8-1 or 9-1, whatever it is in my league. I don't need him to play right now. I need him to play down the line, even though I have a good, big matchup this week. If I were to lose it, I'm 2 games ahead of everybody, so that would be okay. I'd rather he be healthy.
Oh, nice.
I picked him up for the playoffs, and that's where I want him to be healthy. And then Jefferson said all the right things. He said, hey, look, I'm, he's a free agent after this year. There was concern that, well, why would he come back and risk an injury and lose money or whatever? But the fact that Minnesota's won the last 2 games, has kept them in the race. I think he sees that he could come back next week or 2 weeks from now even, and still get them, over the top and into the playoffs. And that's pretty much what he said when he was talking. He's like, hey, look, I'm all in for this team. We're doing good things. We're going to make the playoffs this year. I just think it was all perfect. We don't need him to play this week. If he comes back next week, I'll be confident that, he's green-lighted it. The coaches green-lighted it. And I want to say they have a pretty decent matchup next week that I've been looking forward to. So that's what I'm hoping for. So am I anxious about it? Far less now than I was 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right, Dave. Enjoy week 10, man. Hopefully some of this stuff gets home. Enjoy the games. Have fun, and we'll talk next week. And Nephew Dave and I will break down the entire slate when we get back right after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it. and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Just about 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the Deep End Broadcasting Studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. And look who we have here. After traveling about Florida, scouting out the Lightning for his Capitals in disguise on the bench, stealing signs for the Capitals organization. No mustache needed. He already had one. He just put on his cap. And the sign stealer for the Lightning himself for the Capitals, Nephew Dave, joins us back again. Dave, what's going on, man?
Steve, good to be back, man. It's we had a good trip, really good time, but feels good to be back in the studio, I'll tell you that much.
How about your Capitals, man? Turning it around a little bit here.
Seeming to turn it around, Steve. You know, we'll touch base on that briefly. You know,
more to come this Tuesday. Hopefully, we'll be back in action with
more to come. But I think
what the fuck is going on.
We said it, Steve. You know, we've got a new coach and some younger players, and it's just going to kind of take some games for all that to start gelling, to learn the new system.
Right.
So maybe where we may have been hitting the panic button, I think they're 6-1-1 in their last 8. So they really seem to be turning things around, and I think I watch every game and they get just a little bit better. You know, you see
so
steps.
Some young bucks stepping up here finally.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we're seeing steps in the progress. So I think maybe let's hold off on the panic button.
What's up with the goalie?
Darcy Kemper suffered an injury playing.
The kid that everyone likes from the Bears, right?
Oh yeah, he played last night. He's now 2-0 in his NHL career. Only let 1 goal in last night. He looked pretty sharp. The only thing I might say is a little bit of rebound control. It seemed a little bit worrisome for me. But other than that, Steve, his positioning is good. And he looks pretty solid, man. Kid from Hershey. Shepard is his name, and I think we're going to end up seeing more of him down the road.
And we had no silly bets of the sort of our teams playing each other last week with the Commanders and the Patriots. Fair and square winners were the Commanders, and what was a pathetic performance, again, on offense by New England. After what was a promising first half, it turned into complete disarray. In fact, we need to get that game on here. I'll let you go down the survivor list here in a second.
So, Steve, I will say something about that, though, and I want to see if you agree or disagree with me here. If your quarterback is anybody other than Mac Jones, you tie or win that game last week. Because you were in field goal range when he threw that pick.
Yes, and I must admit, David, when it comes to the Patriot games, I get so disheveled. Disheveled's not, well, it is the right word because I'm taking vodka shot after vodka shot, so I don't have to watch it. And then, there you go. You lose track of what's really happening at the end of the game when you're getting your ear talked off. Yes, I just knew that we're down 3 points. No one had scored in the second half at all, right, for the most part, and that it was going to be tough sledding even to get the W at that point. So that's really what I remember. It's just a bad overall performance, but a chance to win there, huh? That was it. We threw a pick there towards the end. Okay, great. Good stuff. See, Mac Jones, that's how bad you are. You can't even keep me, the diehard Patriot fan, into it. And we're getting ready to kick off right now, David. I guess we got to jump right to this game, and then we'll get to Survivor.
Yep.
Because we're kicking off. The Colts -1.5, 43.5. That being said, David, I think the Patriots have a shot today. Del Grande loves Stevenson on his yards. He has Taylor on his fantasy team. I'm hoping for it to be fun. I won't get overly invested, but don't be afraid to bet a Stevenson touchdown, a Jonathan Taylor touchdown maybe, and Matt could have 250 yards passing against this defense anyway. So if you want to loop some things together and give it a shot, go for it. Do you have any thoughts how this might break down? You're pro Indianapolis, right? Coming in.
I was, Steve, and I've got I went with some props here, and we'll just pull this up on some things that I have done with this game. Kind of tried to keep it, reasonable here. So I just fired one. I took that Stevenson 70 plus alt yards. I love that. They were giving plus 225 for me on that. I think you said you had it a little bit better. But, I mean, still, that's a good number for 70 yards. Each team for a touchdown in each half, so just 7 points each half. I think Minshew has the opportunity to have a good day. I took him for 2 passing touchdowns. And then, Steve, we're going to round it out. We haven't done this all year. At least I haven't. We're going to do a little field goal props here, Steve. Field goals. I need 4 field goals to be kicked as well.
All right. Yeah, I can see that actually happening here, Dave. We do have EPL soccer going on, and Patriots have the ball, so this game is now underway. We do have English Premier League underway as well. So let's see what we got there as far as scores, and then we'll go through the survivor list. Give me a chance to get the man buzzed in, do some studio maintenance for a second.
How are my boys at Newcastle looking? I haven't.
Not good. They lost yesterday to Bournemouth 2-0.
Boy.
Injuries right now, and they're feeling the effects of having to play all of the extra Champions League soccer, to be honest. So they're just getting beat into the ground, and that's costing them now as far as victories go. Bournemouth, big underdogs yesterday, beat them 2-0. West Ham 1, Nottingham 0. All these games in the early 30-minute marks, 33, 34, something like that. Aston Villa 1, Fulham 0. Brighton 1, Sheffield 0. Liverpool, Brentford scoreless. So those are your updated EPL scores. The Pats have, I think, second and long here. Let's see what they got. And then we'll go ahead. You got your game list ready for Survivor, Dave?
I do.
3rd and 7 for the Pats. So the first key play here of the game for New England, they don't want to go across the Atlantic Ocean and go 3 and out. But that's what they're facing right now. Jones drops back.
First down.
And there's Hunter and Gesicki, first down. All right, David, what's your list? Go down through.
All right, so, Steve, we've got Titans and the Bucks. I know you like the Bucks today, so could you use them?
No.
No?
Well, depends who you have. If you don't have mine, I think you could use them as an option. If you need to get creative, I think Tampa Bay is an option today for sure.
Cleveland Ravens. I would maybe use the Ravens in this spot if you still have them. Steve, what do you think there?
Pass.
All right. Saints and Vikings. That is a hard pass for me.
Pass.
Texans Bengals. You could probably use the Bengals, I think, if you have them. What do you think?
Pass.
All right.
I'm sneaky. That's an underdog that can win today.
Right. Niners Jags. Pass for me.
Pass.
All right. Packers Steelers. Steve.
Pass.
Falcons Cardinals. Maybe a day for the Falcons.
Tough on the road. I would pass.
All right.
Well, maybe. Consideration for sure.
Right.
Their consideration.
Detroit and LA. That is the Chargers.
Pass.
Washington at Seattle.
Pass.
Giants and the Cowboys.
That's the lock.
Gotta be, right? That has to
if you have Dallas. Now, you don't have Dallas. Now you look at Atlanta or Tampa.
Right.
All right, but if you have Dallas, this is the must. You have to. I have Dallas. So here I am. I'll take Dallas. And you know what? Everyone else who's alive still has them. But so be it. Let's just fight another week.
Jets, Raiders.
Pass. In fact, a lot of people may have used Dallas already, too. I'll have to take a look at that. Pass on that one.
And the Monday night game, the Broncos and the Bills.
I like Denver to keep this competitive, but Del Grande thinks Buffalo can stomp them. So I kind of can see that angle as well. Denver not having a good run of things Monday night. So I think the Bills you can put on the list if you have them. They're at home. You got to, you got to use them sooner or later anyway. So might as well against the Broncos. Look at this. This is
Big
a long, good pass play here. That's Ezekiel Elliott on the receive. All right, go for it. What Dallas for you?
Yeah, I think it would have to be. Steve, let me because I entered some mid-season survivor pools here on my book. So I actually do have 2 teams that I picked for survivor, where as my other league I was out for quite a while. So let me see here. I have Dallas, and then I have Pittsburgh.
Ezekiel Elliott's getting the bulk of these carries. That is not good for Stevenson. All right.
So
Dallas
we'll see what happens there. But I did take one on the Steelers in a mid-season 10th chance survivor pool.
Yeah. All right. Those are fun. You can still enter. Yeah, that's it. You can start from scratch. Mine only has 40 people left, where it started with 200.
Ooh.
And that was like 3 weeks ago. And I thought it's been more obvious than that so far, but I guess you do have some people out there who push the boundaries as far as these survivors are concerned. Okay, let's get to the slate. Teams with the buys are the Chiefs, the Rams, the Eagles, and the Dolphins. So we're missing 3 good teams from the slate in what has been a season of kind of boring football. A lot of unders, right? Boring games, the marquee games not living up to the hype at all. I'm missing my coffee. I knew I was missing something. How about that, Dave? General perspective, boring game. We like the NFL for excitement and fun. I mean, in recent memory for you, is this one of the more boring seasons?
Steve, I would have to probably agree with you a little bit. We've had some good ones, sprinkled in. But yeah, the marquee matchups, as you mentioned, have just kind of been a little bit lackluster. So, and I don't think that changes this week. Certainly, we had the Thursday night game was just awful TV. That was hard to watch if you watched any of that, Steve. That was just, oh man, I'm not sure why I watched it myself, but I did watch some of it. Yeah, the Thursday night game.
Asleep by the second quarter.
Yeah. So as far as, marquee matchups, I think this week it could be the worst of them, because you have the Giants and the Cowboys at the primetime 4:00. Giants sure to get blown out of the building. And then you look at the Sunday night game, the Jets and the Raiders. We're in a big hurry to watch that, aren't we?
That could be a sleep special for sure. Absolutely.
And then
Steve, that is literally.
Yeah. And then you switch to Monday night, and you have the Broncos and the Bills, who the Broncos possibility to get ran right out of the building.
Do you know what your Christmas Eve football game is? Do you know?
Nope.
You get to be entertained with the Broncos and the Patriots on Christmas Eve.
Oh, boy. NFL, you picked your marquee matchup.
Well, the Giants and Jets are what? They've lost 15 out of 16 in prime time now, something like that. They're always on because of the New York market.
Right.
I mean, it's all about ratings and all that. So you always get Giants and Jets. I don't know how the Vegas got grouped into that. They have no home field advantage. Everyone's the away team that comes there. NFL has some weird things on its hands in terms of those primetime games. You give these buys in. I mean, on a week like this, we don't have the Dolphins, Chiefs, and the Eagles playing. I mean, it is slim pickings, but you would think the night game would be better. Honestly, I like the better games from 1:00 and 4:00. I'd rather have the night games be a little bit oddballish, more so, to be honest. The Monday night game, I'd rather have that be the funner game. It used to be. I don't care about the Sunday night game being the fun game or the supposed best game, to be honest. We're over it by Sunday night when it gets to that. I mean, getting through to 4:00 after you're disgusted with the 1:00, you're just done with it for today. Time to go to bed, et cetera, et cetera. And the Monday night game was always just kind of funner to me when you look forward to that. You don't have that same, college days or whatever. You just don't have that same emphasis now, I feel like. When they decided at one point, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it used to be the primetime marquee game on a Monday was your big highlight game of the week. And then they just tried to unnaturally change that to Sunday night and promote that as the big game of the week. And Monday would be a subsidiary game to that, which that never made any sense to me, to be honest. And you do get some better Monday night games than Sunday night games like this week. All right, to the slate. 49ers now up to 3.5. Look at that. The 3 important field goal number popped away from the Niners. Minus 3.5 at even money now. So if you want to get it back to 3, you got to pay the extra juice. 44.5 is the over-under. And there we go. That's some Patriots football, 4th down for them. Are they in field goal range?
Yes. They are.
So field goal attempt to come for New England. So Jacksonville and the 49ers, Dave, I'll start with you. What do you got?
All right, Steve. I would think this would be a good game. Jacksonville 6-2. The Niners seem to be skidding a little bit. They just picked up Chase Young from my Washington footballs. So we'll see if that does anything for them. But let's take a look here, Steve. Haven't looked at this one a whole lot. Let's go with some touchdown scores here.
3-0 New England right now.
All right, pulling up the touchdown scores. We have the usual suspects here, Steve, that you really got to go down the list. George Kittle at plus 195 really starts your values there. Christian Kirk for plus 190 and Ridley for plus 195 as well. That's probably – you're probably going to catch me with a George Kittle touchdown today.
I'm going to look at – Del Grande's convinced the Niners can win this rather handily. This is a hard one for me. And I hate to say this as a stupid, obvious play, but McCaffrey, now just minus 200. So you're getting a better number on Christian McCaffrey to get a touchdown. So that was higher yesterday at minus 220. So that's actually come back. I want to make a case for the over here, but that's hard to with the defenses are still pretty good for sure. Why do I think the Niners just kind of win this one like 23-13 or something like that? I think for the most part, this is a stay away from me. A good, entertaining game, though. But both the teams coming off a bye, I would have a better time believing that the Niners would beat down the Jaguars pretty good than the Jaguars pulling an outright upset. But I think it's actually close within the one score or two as well. So this is going to be one of the tougher ones. I think for the most part, it's right around the line and the over-under total. So I'm going to look at better opportunities on the board, at least to
kind of a tough matchup there.
It is. And if you want to do some props, I would take a chance on both of the receivers because they're paying decent. If you want to do Ridley and Samuel for both a touchdown, then you're getting almost 6-1 odds. Nothing crazy. But if you just want to have something like fun, like $5 to win like $30, that's a good way to do it right there, to be honest. Calvin Ridley and Samuel would be a good way to look at it. Any other touchdown scores, Kittle's plus 195, I see. Juszczyk is at plus 750. This could be a Juszczyk game.
There you go.
Against the Jaguars for sure. So maybe throw him into something as well if you want it. But this is just a closer game to me, Dave. Better plays.
Absolutely, yeah. Got to be better plays than that. That's a tough one to kind of map out.
All right, we've had some scoring in these games, soccer games. They're lighting it up here on a Sunday morning for sure. West Ham and Nottingham 1-1. Aston Villa 2, Fulham 0. Brighton 1, Sheffield 0. Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. And back to the NFL. Next game on the board. As I'm about ready to kill this desk chair as it's falling apart underneath me. at the moment. We have the Saints minus 2.5 in Minnesota. Over under is 40.5 for this game. Do we have my fold-out chair? I'll take a look. All right, Dave, give me a good breakdown on the Saints-Vikings game while I do some more studio repair here for a minute.
All right, Steve. Saints, Vikings. A tougher one here for me. I'm guessing Dobbs is going to get the start today. Played really, really well last week. Spread is at 3 right now, and even 3 with your total being 41. I feel like that should be an achievable total there. So if we're going to think that way, let's start off with some touchdown scores. We have Madison. Taysom Hill at plus 180 might be a sneaky play. He got in last week as well. Olave at plus 195, although he seems to be kind of absent from the end zone, so that one would kind of hold me off. Although he's probably due, you would think. So I think Taysom Hill is the sneaky play there at plus 180. So something I would give a ride there. You never know how they're going to use him, so he's going to come up somewhere. Oh, Minshew, big play down the field. So let's see here, Steve. 14-1 for Taysom Hill. Used as kind of a gadget for 2 touchdowns today. So if he's going to go for 1, can he go for 2?
He's been handling the ball a lot.
Right.
I'll tell you that for sure.
Right.
Hill's had his hands on the ball a lot. So where there is opportunity, there is a path for success in that regard for sure. So I could see that. For me, this is a tough game. Again, another tough one for me anyway. So there you go. Extend the mic.
Got an interesting weekly special for Dobbs for 2+ passing touchdowns and 60 yards rushing at 6-1.
What scares me is that both of these coaches are defensive minded.
Right.
They're going to have a plan. Dennis Allen's going to have a plan for Dobbs to be slow today. That's my main issue there. I'm going to see it a lot harder for the Vikings to get going than the Saints. That being said, the success for the Vikings has been great against some of these middle tier quarterbacks like a David Carr. All right, so both of these guys could see it. Honestly, take a pick for both of them. To be honest, that's what I would look at. I would look at an interception for each quarterback. They're probably both a favorite in that regard. Yes is plus 112 for Derek Carr, and Dobbs is minus 130. I don't think you can parlay those both together. No, you can't. But if you're looking for something to happen, these defenses have been fooling the offenses pretty decently here. That being said, the one team that's going to get going is going to be better off to do so would be the Saints. I mean, I want this to be a fun game. I really would. I'd like to see this go into 50s. They're both indoor teams. They should be able to make that happen. But the mindset of just the coaching from the get-go, man, this makes it a little bit more of a slugfest, I think.
Right.
I think this game could get dragged out into the mud. That being said, I'm almost not interested in anything as far as these teams go. I think if you're looking for a best bet for me, yes, I would take the quarterbacks to throw an interception. And I think that's the first time I've said that on this show for any game, to be honest. Obviously it's something to be looked at with every game, but I just think Dobbs will get fooled at some point, and so will Derek Carr, and there you go. There's your pick. So we'll see how that plays out anyway. Their passing yards are both pretty low. If any team's going to get off, it's going to be Derek Carr. So if you want to see some offense, his passing props are fair. 239.5 is his over-under. And he's had some 300-yard games already. So for him to get to 300 yards today is at plus 410. Now, you got to remember the Saints have let the ball kind of or the Vikings can get involved in some of these shootouts at the end of the day anyway. They're just a natural over team. I just think it's a good defense against quarterback matchup in both regards. I don't know. If you need to get frisky and you want offense, Carr passing yards, otherwise both the throw pick. There you go, Dave. That would be my official stance on this game.
So, Steve, I'm going to go back to some game props here. You know I love me some game props. Each team for one rushing touchdown in the game at plus 130. Sign me up. We're going to start building off of that.
I could see that for sure. So we need running backs on the, either team or the quarterback at plus 130.
Right. Or, Steve, you can go each team for a touchdown in each half for plus 250.
Scarier.
I like the rushing touchdowns more. I'm gonna go with that one for now.
How about a scoreless quarter? Because I was looking at that the other day. Let me see here. If
That's
I can find
definitely
that
got to
real
be
quick.
on here.
I was looking at that for one of these games. Let's see. Scoreless quarter. There's a lowest scoring quarter. No. That's the thing. These menus are so big.
I know. They're usually always have that over here on mine too.
Yeah, I do too. Well, I saw it yesterday on one of the games. It was the Raiders Jets, and it was plus 145. So in that regard, I'm assuming it's going to be a little bit higher, like plus 165, plus 170. I don't know. I just think that we could get bogged down there, and we do have a touchdown. Unless they wipe it off the board, which they do. So if you had Michael Pittman Jr. to get the first touchdown, you can call that a bad beat, as there is a holding penalty on the Colts, and they will nullify that. Actually, 3rd and goal at the 1. So I'm not sure what they called.
Minshew.
I don't think
Did
he
he get
made it.
in?
I don't think so. 4th and goal for the 1 for the Colts. They'll obviously go for it. They tried the tush push maneuver, and it does not work. All right, next game on the slate. I like this one better. Titans and the Buccaneers. Buccaneers minus 2.5, 38.5 is the line here. Now, I think it's simple like this, Dave. Will Levis just will have to show it to me on one more time or two before I can start buying into the hype here. He did not do so great. He did okay, but at Pittsburgh, they lost, only got 16 points on the board, losing to Pittsburgh. Where you have a veteran team here with the Buccaneers, veteran on defense, veteran at the skill position for sure, including Baker. Baker's a veteran at this point. There are a ton of these teams that wish that they would have a Baker Mayfield. Like the Giants wish they had Baker Mayfield on their roster right now.
Right.
Several other teams probably do as well. Atlanta could be even one of those, right?
Yeah.
To be honest. So I think the veteran experience at home is going to be too much. Now, 4th and goal here. They pitch it out. Oh, they got him wide. Jonathan Taylor gets into the end zone. So if you have a Taylor touchdown, which I do have him for 2 today.
Good start for you then.
Yep. So 6-3 Colts, Patriots. Extra point is good, as I see a ring up here on the book. But anyway, back to the Buccaneers. The line has moved in favor of the Bucs from 1.5 to 2.5. Just give me the Buccaneers, man. Give me the Buccaneers to win. I think even a chance to win convincingly, Dave. Tennessee has not been good overall. And Tampa has been competitive in all their games. Even last week, even in defeat last week, they went all the way down to the wire. Maybe left too much time on the clock at the end for Houston. But you need to get a score at that point. They had every right to win that game. So give me Tampa Bay at home here. And if you look at an alt line to win by 12.5 or more, so 13 or more, is plus 340. If you think they can kick that one extra point and not miss it, or get a touchdown instead of 2 field goals. The minus 13.5 is plus 390. So almost 4-1 to win by a couple scores there. So I like that. This has every bit of being like 31-13 to me, something like that. So we'll go with that. The correct score for that, since I'm throwing a score out there, which I never do. I can't say never, but 180-1 is Buccaneers 31, Titans 13. So maybe I will put 50 cents on that later just for fun. 50 cents to win 90. Why not? Seriously, why not? All right. So Buccaneers for me, Dave. I would give Mike Evans another shot for me. 2 touchdowns for him today is at plus 1,400, which I love. Godwin is plus 1,700. You could get me on board with him if you wanted to. But Rashad White plus 650. The other thing I would look at maybe, which is always a good one, is Rashad White receiving yards. He's 26.5 for his receiving. Let's see if we get him on. Yeah, we can get an alternate number on Rashad White to get to 50 yards is plus 390, which is interesting to me because Baker loves to dump it off to him.
Right.
And he can move. So 4-1 to get to 50 yards for Rashad White looks like a decent one for me as well. So I'm going to have to probably add that in somewhere as I need to take notes myself. But give me the Bucks, Dave. What do you got?
So Steve, if this is how we're feeling, I'm going to go with the Buccaneers for over 2.5 total touchdowns today. I think that if you believe they can put 31 on the board, that's more than 3 touchdowns. So I think they can do that. You're getting a plus 145 number for it, which is not the worst thing in the world. So team prop there with Tampa, not worrying about, if they have to win the game. But you'd like to think chances are if they can get to 3 touchdowns with the showing that Tennessee had last week. But they did play a good Steelers defense. I will say that. So let's go with 3 touchdowns from the Buccaneers today. Can we get any kind of good game props mixed into here? Let's see. Both teams for a rushing touchdown today, Steve, plus 190. You got Henry back there. He's always capable. And then, the guys from, if you got White, he can run it as well, Steve. So I think that's actually pretty good. Plus 190 for a rushing touchdown from each team. But I'm going to stick with my guns here and hope for a good showing from the Buccaneers with 3 touchdowns today.
Baker Mayfield for 3 touchdown passes. If this can be an onslaught, it's at plus 560. That's something else I would look at. And as far as his alternate yards, I'd rather just take the touchdowns. His alternative yards, it's only plus 220 for 275, plus 400 for 300 or more. I can't say that's going to happen. I would be more willing to think there's going to be some rushing involved. Like you said, Dave, the Buccaneers are committed to the rush. I saw that in Buffalo. You're like, why are you not passing the ball? They're running the ball. So you got to always remember that. But Baker does like to take his shots in the end zone. So if he can get to 3 touchdown passes randomly, plus 560 there, and round robin that to, like a Purdy or something like that. There's going to be some quarterbacks with some touchdowns today. So you just try to match a few of those up and see what you can do. Maybe I'll start a new ticket and I'll throw to Baker for 3 in here just as we go along.
Another one I kind of like, Steve, here is something that I haven't done a lot of. Winning margin for the Buccaneers to win by 13 to 18 points at plus 750. That's kind of in the wheelhouse of
Dave,
what we've been talking about.
Yeah, but I just don't like the windows, Dave. I just when you get restricted to a certain area, you're just really kind of limiting
right
where you can hit your spot to. I get you.
Now, not
that's in
something
that
I've
wheelhouse.
done a lot of. So,
Well, it's right in that range. I would rather take an alt line to win by like 12.5.
right,
That way you're giving yourself the whole gamut in case it is a crazy blowout.
right.
And you're still getting paid decently enough. Anyway, almost 4-1 to win by 14. So I'd rather have that than try to hit a window at plus 750.
Right.
Okay, let's see here. Browns and the Ravens have a good shot to be a good game. 6.5 for the Ravens. 38.5 is the total. What do you got on this, David?
Trying to pull it up now. But I think, Steve, as we talked about earlier, I think this game's got a potential to go, just two ways. I think it's going to be close. It is a divisional game. Both of these defenses are pretty good. But I tell you what, Steve, the Ravens, to me, they look for real. I think they are a contender this year. So it's either going to be, good and close, or it's going to be a smoke job by the Ravens.
Right.
Not sure which quite yet, Steve, but I'm going to have to take the Ravens here in this game. I think they're just, a little bit better. We have a nice weekly special here. Lamar Jackson for 60-plus rushing yards, and Mark Andrews, who has been seeing his fair share of targets lately, 80-plus receiving yards at 10-1.
Any number of different things could happen in this game. It could be low scoring. It could be high scoring.
Right.
Anyone can get involved. This is a hard one for me. So generally just a pass. But you're getting a lot of points with the Browns, I think, still. 6.5 is a lot. So if you think they can win the game outright and, win by a score or more, then you're going to get paid. And they have a good defense. Maybe, Baltimore slumps at home here. But to win by 5.5 for Cleveland is almost 5-1, plus 480. So that's an attractive price. If you're looking for a dog to win, you could go ahead and throw them in this unit. I don't think this is a blowout by the Ravens like last week with the Seahawks. Now, could I be wrong? Absolutely, I could be wrong. Mac Jones is sending his players downfield, but he throws a 5-yard pass that is fumbled. But it looks like the Pats got it back, although the Colts are claiming they have it. Yep, New England ball still. So this is your 9:30 a.m. NFL football, David. Fumble.
Exciting stuff, right?
So I think this is a competitive game anyway. If I'm looking for something random, Cooper's been having a nice season. He just has. And his numbers are fairly low. 56.5 is his over-under receiving yards. If you think he can get like 80 yards, well, just 2-1. 90 yards is plus 280. But I'll tell you what really would interest me is Cooper to score twice. How about that? And for Amari Cooper to get 2 touchdowns today is paying 20-1 odds. If we want to look at the crazy props for Deshaun Watson, because his over-under numbers are real low, he's getting plus 470 for 250 yards passing. For 3 touchdowns for Deshaun Watson through the air is almost 11-1, right? 2 touchdowns is plus 230, which that's fair to throw into a round robin. So I'm going to have to look at him in this game, and I'll take the Browns angle. Now, Lamar Jackson's over-under is 201.5. I could see him going over his. But maybe the Cleveland defense does get home today, So maybe they are that good. Stat-wise, it kind of says that they are. Let me pull that up. Let's see where they rank again now. Because they were by far and away the leader in that regard. And yes, they're still allowing 234 yards a game, which is about 25 less than the Ravens, who are number 2 right now. So the Browns and Ravens are 1 and 2 in defense.
Right.
Wow, what does that tell you? So could be tough sledding for both guys. It's not the worst day for weather. I'll say that. But you know what? We saw it last week with Houston and Tampa. You had defense 5 and 6 against each other, and they had 76 points on the board.
Right.
So don't be shocked if that's what happens in this game, to be honest. All right. So I'm going to lean with the Browns and the points if you need like a straight play to throw on it. But I would take a shot on some Watson yards, Watson touchdown passes, and Cooper at 20-1 to get a couple of those. That's a nice little tiny ticket if you could throw some 20-1s together and strike it rich. So that's my angle here, David.
You're getting a nice price for each team for a rushing touchdown. That seems to be my prop today, Steve. Maybe I'm going to go with the running backs today in all these games, see if we can't get some rushing touchdowns. But
Del Grande likes the day for the running backs for sure. So that would fit into the theme for that. All right, a good game up the road in Cincinnati with Houston and the Bengals. When I say up the road, that would be west of Maryland. -5.5, 47.5 here. So this line has now dropped because this was at 6.5. So now the money's coming in on the Texans. Interesting. And I'm going to say the same thing. Basically, this game mirrors the last game for me, except with a chance to have more offense for sure. Now, let's see what they have listed for receivers for the Bengals. Am I right where T. Higgins is out? I think. So I think that's an issue. Let's see if we have him. No, I don't see T. Higgins. Jamar Chase is listed right now, so that's good news because he's dinged up. It looks like Nico Collins is out.
Oh,
we don't have him around today. So we have some Noah Brown at +280 popping off. He's been a nice receiver. Tank Dell at +175. He's been nice. How about Mechie III at +650, the cancer survivor? He could see more action if there's no Nico Collins today. So Mechie would be an interesting, long shot, obscure name guy to get a touchdown to throw in today if you want to kind of go no-name exotic route. For me, I think the Texans can win this game. They missed Nico, but I think that is going to be a T. Higgins X out, to be honest. So that's going to be a push. Good game. I would not doubt if the Bengals can actually lose this. The Texans have been nice. They've been competitive. They probably have not sold everyone yet. But I just think they're getting too many points here. And the one thing about that, too, is when we look at alternative lines, again, if they can just win by less than a score and win the game, again, at -5.5, you're getting +390. Okay, so that matches up good with that Cleveland one. It's not like you're asking the world. You're just asking them to win by a score on the road, and you're getting paid a nice price. So I would beware of the Bengals today. Yes, they've been better. I want to see that from them in one more week. Houston's a real talent here. And that being said, I would not doubt if we see a lot of points here either. 47 might be way too low for these two. So I could see this being 34-27, something like that. So if you want to boost this over up a little bit, go for it. All right, David, what do you think?
Steve, so yeah, that was my thoughts, except for I think this was maybe it'll be closer than people think, but I still think the Bengals get it done. They seem to be kind of maybe finding their way now from what I've seen. So I've got to think with this one being at home as well, they should be able to beat the Texans. I think they are the more talented team. But I don't want to worry about all that today, Steve. I'm going to take a touchdown in every quarter. We're expecting a lot of points here. You didn't get a great number with it. It's +160 for a touchdown in each quarter. That doesn't matter who scores it, Texans or the Bengals, long as it's a touchdown, Steve. But +160, you got to kind of figure The book is thinking, okay, this could happen. So I'm going to take a chance with it, Steve. Where it seems to be a prop day for me. I like the running backs, and yeah, Steve. So we'll take a touchdown, and I like a little bit of Joe Mixon today too.
All right, 2 touchdowns for Mixon plus 310. Chase 7-1. Tank Dell 13-1. Dalton Schultz 17-1. Noah Brown 28-1. There's a Robert Woods sighting 33-1 for him. We talked about Mechie 95-1 for him. If you want to get really, really nuts on a couple of real crazy long shots. So I think good opportunity all the way around, and I think a good same game parlay fantasy game if you want to hit it that way for sure. Okay, I'm not so sure about the next game. Steelers -3 and 38.5. Decent weather. Green Bay gets a nice win at home last week. When I say nice, I mean an ugly win over the Rams. As we watched that game, the Rams were just atrocious.
That was awful.
They're going to see a better opponent in Pittsburgh this week. Pittsburgh's been hot. And the Packers might be in the bad spot here, to be honest. So can the Steelers thump Green Bay at home? Maybe. I haven't thought about that and thought about it in this way, but I could see this being a little bit of a statement game for Pittsburgh.
Absolutely.
They need the win in the stadium. They're just laying a field goal, right? So we might have to add them into something. So I would look at Pittsburgh to beat Green Bay at home. I tried to give Green Bay a good chance. They beat Atlanta for me earlier in the year, and it didn't take me long to jump ship. So it's not like I've been burning at the cross with them or anything. They're just a bad team, to be honest. In a league of bad football teams, Green Bay is center of the dance floor. And Pittsburgh's better than that. They are the homecoming queen there if they're at the Packer dance. So give me Pittsburgh at home. Excited fan base today. They should be able to win this game. And, 38.5 might be kind of too low, to be honest, as well. As if the Steelers can win this one somewhat convincingly, like 28-14 or something like that, I think you can go over for sure. If you're going to take a chance here with Pittsburgh on the alt line, then let's see here. They are at -12.5 is plus 320. So I would look at that. And then if I'm going to throw, let's see, let's go ahead and throw Kenny Pickett in here just to be crazy. For Pickett to have 3 passing touchdowns is at plus 870. If I team him up with Baker and Stroud, each should have 3 touchdowns. $5 pays 2,000, David. 1,915 anyway. You could round robin that as well if you wanted to. That way, if you hit 2 of the 3, and then you'll win. Well, if you do a $20 round robin and you put $5 on the 2 leg parlays, then you win. Let's see, 3 goes into 79, about $260 or something like that. 270, I think. So $270 if 2 of the 3 hit, and all 3 hits, $2,700. So be creative in your plays, people. I'm starting to like the touchdowns better than the passing yards,
Right.
because the passing yards just seem hard to me to get to. Where you can get some easy touchdowns there by the goal line, fake the handoff, hit the tight end, et cetera, et cetera. So good numbers here on the 3. And for 2 touchdowns passing for Pickett, if you want to low ball it, like low ball popcorn parlay style, plus 190. So take all these guys for 2 and 3, And I think you might get home at least with a 2 for all of them. I can see Baker with 2. I can see Pickett with 2. And I can definitely see Stroud with 2 today.
Right.
All right. And that's going to pay off decently. So what do you got, David?
All right, Steve. So here's what I'm thinking here. I'm going to actually move the total down.
Okay.
The Steelers' offense does not excite me, but their defense does. I think it's one of the better units in the league. Are the Packers going to be able to move the ball against that Steelers defense, where maybe their only kind of weakness is in the secondary? So Jordan Love is going to have to throw the ball today, I feel like. But I still don't think the Steelers struggle all too much with them today. 31.5 total points for me at plus 222. That's how I'm going to attack this one. I think this could be 17-3, 17-6 Steelers.
You get 12.5 to 1 for CJ Stroud, Baker, and Pickett for 2 touchdowns each, if you do it that way. So let's see. $2 on that wins you 25.
Passing or anytime touchdowns?
Just passing.
Okay.
Yeah, just passing. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, give me the Steelers at home. I'll take them on the alt line. I'll take a shot on some Pickett. The other thing I like with this potentially is he opened his mouth. And we see when wide receivers open their mouth, they get the ball more. And that's George Pickens. 19 to 1 to have his first 2 touchdown game. He's due in that regard. Deontay Johnson, all right, 22 to 1 for him. He's been getting a lot of targets. So I would look at Pickens, the complainer, and Deontay, the target guy. Maybe both potentially if you do something with your 2 touchdown scorers today. All right, that is it for the 1 o'clock. We have 6 games left. We're at 10:20. I think we can power through without commercial, right, David?
Sure.
So we'll go commercial free the rest of the way. Falcons and Cardinals. Falcons, this line is now up to 2.5. Over under is at 43.5. 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time game. I just think it's more like a preseason game for the Cardinals than it is for the Falcons. Falcons have been through the lumps and grinds of the season. Here's Kyler Murray coming back off injury. Connor hasn't played in several weeks. So they're going to have to mix and mash this offense a little bit. I would actually like the Connor props, and maybe I still do on behalf of the Cardinals, because you figure he's going to get a decent amount of carries here to take the load off of Kyler Murray, but he's not paying the greatest. Connor for 90 yards is at plus 350. 80 yards is plus 255. I'll put him down as a question mark, maybe. Dave Del Grande loves some Tyler Algier touchdowns in this game. Anytime touchdowns today for these guys. Let's see. Bijan plus 115. Algier plus 145. Kyler Murray plus 290. If you think he's going to run it in. Marquise Brown plus 180. Heineke's 5 to 1. He can scramble a little bit, right, Dave?
Yes, he can.
You know him from your Commander days. We'll get to your team in a minute. 2 touchdowns today for Bijan is plus 750. Algier is plus 850. That's what Del Grande likes. I would just keep it simple here. I think Cardinals are in preseason mode. Falcons regular season mode. There's a little bit of tanking going on by the Cardinals too, as they play in this preseason mode type of game. Go ahead and give me the Falcons on an alternative line here today. We'll just hope for a collaborative effort. Now, I'll say this. If the Cardinals the Falcons struggle mightily today, I'll be officially done. Now, I haven't messed with them at all, but this will be it.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
They are on.
This is your one chance.
This is your one chance, Atlanta, to do us right. So in that regard, minus 12.5, 4 to 1 odds. Give it to me there. What do you got, Dave?
So Steve, here we go. I already did something with them. So I took the Falcons at minus 6.5. I got to think that this is a game that they can control. Plus 181 for minus 6.5 on the Falcons. So that, Steve, that's just, I'm going to leave that there. I am going to throw a Algier anytime into my anytime parlay. So we're going to start there. I didn't see any other ones. I'll have to go back and look, but give me Algier on the ground. It's the running backs day. and the Falcons at -6.5.
Now, Heineke's passing props is 222.5. Could you see him going over that, even with the running game and the Falcons being committed to the run?
I could see him getting in the neighborhood, Steve. I don't know. It's possible, yeah, but I don't like it.
Right. Okay. Plus 188 for Heineke for 250 plus. Well, I'll stay off any of the passer props here, I think, overall. Let's be honest. Now, is Kyler Murray kind of a long shot to have a great game? I would say completely so. But just so you have an idea of his numbers, if you think he can come out and, oh, there's Kyler Murray. Wow, what a great game by him. Plus 390 for 275 yards. 300 yards, get 7.5 to 1. But we won't go down that route. Funner game with the Lions and the Chargers. Lions -2.5. Over under 48.5. Not much of a home field at SoFi Stadium. Justin Herbert against a Jared Goff quarterback who's very comfortable in the confines of SoFi Stadium himself. Indoors, weather will not be an issue here. This is a game that could definitely see some points. Over-unders up to 48.5 now. I expect a good, fun game at 4 o'clock. This has all the right in the world to be Prime TV #1, David.
Interesting.
In the studio for the 4 o'clock. So I look forward to this one. Del Grande loves the Montgomery props. I don't know how you don't take Eckler to score myself, right? -130 for him. 2 touchdowns for Eckler is at plus 450. I'm going to have to lean on him, I think. Chargers, if you think that they can win at home and Detroit could just have a bad day here on the road, which they've had bad days in the past, you're going to get paid on the Chargers here. You'll get the Chargers at -12.5 at plus 630 to win by a couple scores at home here. So if you want to get frisky, now the Lions are good. Del Grande said it himself. Maybe a little overrated here too, but they do have the trenches, and I do love that. I could see points. I just could. I think this game could definitely be 34-24-ish, something like that. I won't do that as a correct score, but give me an over. And if you want to get paid out, take the Chargers. If you want a nice big payout. Chargers, I think, I don't know. I guess maybe the Lions could blow them out too. You're going to get paid on either alt line, that's for sure. But give me an over here, David. What do you got?
Yeah, Steve, I'm going 54.5 at plus 178 over. But let me see if my prop is in here, because I feel like this is one. This game is built for this prop that we've been going with, or that I've been going with. Yes, both teams for a rushing touchdown, Steve. We're going to beat the hell out of this prop today. Plus 180. You got Montgomery on one side, Eckler on the other. You tell me these two teams are not going to have a rushing touchdown today at a plus number. You could even do something with that by itself. I feel that prop is so good.
Right.
So I'm going to take that, and I'm going to take the over in this. I think we see points between these two, Steve.
If you don't hear us talking about the Patriots-Colts game, there's nothing to talk about, as both of these teams are going to punt it back and forth here for about the third or fourth time. 7-3 Colts midway through the second quarter. So there you go. A dud for a Sunday morning game to start, David. No excitement. Soccer-wise, all these games in the late 60s. West Ham 2, Nottingham 2, Aston Villa 3, Fulham 0, Brighton 1, Sheffield United 0, Liverpool 2, Brentford 0. So Aston Villa doing all right at home, and I think we'll be live. If Nottingham can get the win here, I think we'll be live for this Man City game with Chelsea coming up. So that'll be interesting. Okay. Give me Eckler, and I don't know. I'll be following suit if I go with Del Grande on the Chargers. The Chargers are scary to take, especially on the all line against the Lions. I'll just say that. Better plays on the board, I think. All right, Giants and Cowboys. 17.5 is the line here, 38.5. David, you know these two teams well. NFC East. What is up with 17.5?
That is huge.
Any ilk in your bone where you would lay that or take those numbers?
Absolutely not. Now, should it happen? Yeah, I think, can we all see it happening? Yes. You can say yes to all these questions.
24/7 final.
I mean, come on, 17.5 in an NFL game. Now, if this is college, you see these spreads all the time. No big deal. I mean, this is a massive spread at 17.5, and it just could be, it's a divisional game. Just, it could be they could win 10 to 14 points, you know what I mean? And not get that 17.5, but still win the game. So the spread, absolutely not. I mean, Giants are bad. They're struggling, injuries, all the above. So, Steve, I think the question is, do they get any of their points, and do you move the total here? I think this is another one that you could maybe move under, hoping that the Cowboys just get all the points and the Giants maybe get 3 to 6, and you come in under the total.
Scary, David. 24-7, 17-0 Dallas at halftime.
Right.
And then they just kind of coast home there in the second half. And that's where you get bit. That's where they bite you today. And you know what? You end up under the total too. What's the next step? 27-10? Maybe that's the correct score I need to bet. Where I could see that for sure. So Dallas 27. Giants 10 is only 70-1. Because that's right around the number. 24-7. I'm playing the spread game, people, is what I'm doing. Is 100-1 odds. I would take that over the 70-1.
I mean, Steve, you have the Dallas Cowboys defense at plus 290 for an anytime touchdown.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's too low. There's just no value here. Now, if you want to have a complete beatdown, the one thing you can do, I think, let's see, because he does good at home. If we're going to build one with our quarterbacks with the passing touchdowns, Dak for 3 touchdowns is plus 300. So if you group him in with the other guys, I could see it. 4 touchdowns for Dak is plus 1060, but I think 3 is fair at plus 300, to be honest, because they at least get 2 from him. Can they get that third at plus 300? Plus 2 is only minus 140. We'll lay off of that. But if I'm going to do my passing touchdown guys, I might have to throw Dak in there is all. Anytime touchdowns today for these guys.
How about this, Steve? New York Giants team total points under 9.5 plus 100. I mean, just kind of tells
27-10, David. That's it. Yeah, I would not do under 9.5. I would actually take the over.
There's just there's, like you said, the values in this one are few and far between, I feel like.
Right, exactly. Pollard for a touchdown, which he has done nothing all year, I feel like, minus 190. CD Lamb plus 115. Saquon is a nice price at plus 210. I would give that a shot, baby. I got a little better on Dallas to plus 340. Dak to run one in at plus 410. Let's see. Where's my long shot? Man, Isaiah Hodgins is 12-1 today. Woof. Let's see here. They may be worth a when I talk about that crazy one with the complete long shots, which I think I forgot to write a few of these downs. Oh yeah, Mechie would be one. Hodgins would be another one you could throw in there. The 2 Jamesons as well, which we'll get to. Jameson Crowder is a favorite of Del Grande today, David. You can talk about that in a minute. This game scares me, so buyer beware on the Cowboys is all I'm saying. The Jake Ferguson plus 240, I could see that. That might be the best one for a receiver today for the Cowboys. So Jake Ferguson touchdown, I would lean in that direction. You got anything else on this?
Steve, I really don't have much for this. Should be a complete smoke job by the Cowboys. But I just don't really see any kind of values that I like.
Oh, is that a pick? Incomplete pass. Should have been completed, but a drop. A nice play by Minshew to avoid pressure, but incomplete. A flag is down. We'll have to sort all this out. All right, we do have your Commanders, David. What's the state of the art or state of the Union of Washington coming off a victory? You're right there on the cusp of the playoffs, outside looking in. The season's not over yet, correct?
No, it's Steve. It ain't over yet. The things that worries me is the inconsistencies. And like we mentioned earlier, that win last week, Steve, I would have liked to seen more out of it. I really fully believe that if your quarterback is anybody other than Mac Jones, that game is at least going to overtime. Maybe even winning it in the final seconds there, as the defense is just really not there. So that's the one thing that worries me today, Steve, against the Seahawks. They've been struggling a little themselves. So we've got the over here at 44.5, and I think we have maybe 10 points worth of room to move that up. I could see Seattle getting some points today just because of our defense. But the offense is waking up a little bit in Washington too. So I don't know, Steve. All things here for me kind of trend towards an over, but we'll see. Again, inconsistencies in Washington, it worries me. But with that being said, still just one spot out of the playoffs. So, Steve, we'll see what happens today.
I like when they show the fan reactions in the stands, especially in a game like this.
Right.
Where this is bad football, people. This is not the exciting game. Well, we never touted it out to be. I'll tell you that. This game is definitely stuck in the mud. 33.5, your live over-under number. Get in on that, baby. Plus 164 for the Pats. So a good time to take the Pats on the alt line, second half, maybe. If you think they can pull this one out against the Colts.
I need them to go down the field and get a touchdown.
All right, let's see here. Next game on the board. No, still your game. Well, Del Grande loves your guys. I do too. The Geno Smith is a statue. He has regressed. I've said this weeks ago. This is one of the great things I've been right about so far this year is the regression of Geno Smith. And we're seeing it easily firsthand. Even with no pass rush that you traded away, Geno will be a statue back there long enough for you guys to create it. Now, I can see Seattle getting some points at home as well, but I can see this Commanders having success here. I just like the points. Same with like Cleveland and Houston. You guys are all getting right around the same amount of points, and if you just move the alt line a little bit more to win by less than a score, then you're getting paid out on all three. So sign me up for Washington today. Does Sam Howell passing props were off the board yesterday. Geno's are back on now as well. Howell for 300 yards is plus 222. Eek. I wouldn't go that way, but Sam Howell for 3 touchdowns today is at plus 460 passing. So in a higher scoring game, I'm going to maybe give that a shot with Howell. So we'll take a shot on his passing touchdowns. 2 touchdowns plus 108. I know that's Warriors speed, Dave. But I think also as well, you can give a good shot to McLaurin. He's been on fire, I feel like. And quietly one of the better receivers in the league this year. Maybe not quietly, but he's 19-1 for 2 touchdowns today for Terry McLaurin.
Love that.
So I'm going to hop on that one. I think that's a nice one.
Yep, I'm gonna.
Your other players are Walker plus 470 for 2, which he could get that. Metcalf plus 1,300. In fact, a good play today would be to have McLaurin and Walker for 2 each. If you put $5 on that, you'll win $433.99 for McLaurin and Kenneth Walker each for 2 touchdowns.
So, Steve, let me see how you feel about this. Over 54.5 alt total at plus 289. I'm thinking about that.
Yeah, I could go do that. I'm wondering if Seattle might get stuck in the mud themselves. That's the one thing I'm wondering. You would think that they're going to get their points at home at least on your defense. But,
Right.
you know, you had a nice game last week against Mac Jones. And where I see this as being an over, Del Grande loves this as an over game as well. Yeah, achievable for sure. I would take I don't know, maybe the Commanders aren't the safer play. Maybe the Seahawks just come out and light it up on offense too. So give me Commanders and give me over, David. I'm not going to argue either way.
All right. Plus 225 on the money line for the Commanders.
Yep. And then if you want them to win by like the 5.5, the walk-off touchdown in overtime or whatever, or less than a touchdown score, you're going to get 4-1 on Washington today, which I think that's doable.
Right.
I think that's doable. It's round robin bull with the Texans and the Browns in that same regard, and then maybe throw the Buccaneers in there as well. I think that's a nice firm round robin, and you know what? Throw the Falcons in there as well, make it a 5-gamer. I think all that's fair game. Any crazy line movement from the games we got earlier? Now the 49ers line is back down to 3 points. So people saw the 3.5 with Jacksonville, and they bought it right back up. Let's see, Bengals down to 5.5. Everything else is stagnant. Falcons up to 2.5 earlier from 1.5. All right. Yeah, give me McLaurin on the touchdowns, David, and I'll take Howell on his passing touchdowns as well. Jets -1 at the Raiders, 36.5. For the most part, David, I think I want to run away from this, but I'll leave this up to you.
Jets and the Raiders?
Yes.
Steve, just let me know which way you're running, and I'm going to run with you.
Passing yards today, if you think Aiden O'Connell can have 250 plus 390, 225 plus is 198. So not the worst.
Oh, I do like a Breece Hall touchdown. I shouldn't say I have nothing. But
Yeah. I think I have Breece Hall in there somewhere for sure. A touchdown for Breece Hall today. Where I thought he was going to have a better game against the Chargers as well. He was a no-show there. Plus 125. That's the problem with Breece Hall is he does disappear.
Right. Or you got Garrett Wilson, who gets a lot of the targets there at plus 175. Might be the better value.
Garrett Wilson's over-under yards, 66.5. Man, that's just relying on Zach Wilson so much, where Crosby could have a big impact on that as well. Now, I would say this. For the interceptions, again, let me go back to the passing props. Both of these guys will be a favorite, I'm sure. Zach Wilson's -180. O'Connell's -140. I think that's a safe bet. But if these guys throw a pick. Now, you can't parlay them together. Otherwise, I maybe would. But both a big favorite to throw an interception, Wilson and O'Connell. So you lay off of it that way. Anytime touchdown scores, let's look at the two scores. See if anything will stick out. We talked about Breece at plus 285. I'm sorry, at plus, what was Breece Hall? Not 285. He was plus 850. I knew there was an 8 in there somewhere. Plus 850 for Breece Hall. 2 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs, 6-1. Garrett Wilson is 16-1. So there you go, David. Jets defense, 70-1 for 2 touchdowns. That could happen. Let's see. Devontae Adams, 21-1. Myers, 26-1. Sauce Gardner is going to be locked up on Devontae. So if anyone is going to be someone like a Jacoby Myers, if it is going to be for the Raiders here, tough sledding here.
It really is.
Tough sledding in this one. But on a long shotter, the Jets D of 70-1 doesn't look like the worst thing. So we'll have to throw that in. Literally, if you're taking some 70-1s, you can do 10-cent bets
Right.
and get paid out a fortune. I mean, you can literally do a 5-team round robin for like $2 on some of these guys. You know what? If you get lucky and hit 2, you're still going to get a nice payday. If you get 3, you're going to get a monster payday. So that's how you got to play it, people. You know, and the Jets will get you 2 touchdowns before you win $500 on the lottery scratcher as well. So I'll just say it like that. Broncos and Bills, -7. Monday night, last game, 46.5. Dale Grande loves a blowout. What do you think, Dave?
You know, I'm gonna have to go with them there, Steve. I just don't see the Broncos pulling that one out in Buffalo. Maybe if it was in Denver, we could make a smaller case for them. But Buffalo at home really shouldn't have any problems with Denver. I wouldn't think, Steve.
Looks like the Colts are going to innocently enough take this into halftime as they run the ball up the middle with a minute to go in the first half. They will somewhat rush, not really, to the line. They're at their own 25-yard line, 2nd and 5. It depends if they get a first down here, how fast they're going to go, I guess. And they do get a first down up to the 40. So field goal range is about 25, 30 yards away. We'll see if they can tack 3 on or more, 41 seconds left with a 7-3 lead over the Pats. The game in Germany, which the Germans will never allow us back in the country if they play the second half, much like they did the first half. Give me some points here. I think we can get the over here. I think Denver could score you 20 anyway. But I think the Bills can score 30-something, Dave. So give me an over. The defense has been in shambles. Off the fingertips. That would have been a big play. There's been a lot of that today. Drop balls for receivers to have to make big plays, not to be had. 2 touchdown scores in the Bills game. Diggs is 6-1. That's fair game. Kincaid's 15-1. Javonte Williams 12-1. Josh Allen 7-1. There's plenty of 2 touchdown score opportunities for this game tomorrow night. Josh Allen to score his 3 touchdowns passing. Let's see. Just plus 250, but I think that's a fair number because I think he can easily do that. -174 for 2 touchdowns. Let's see. Russell Wilson, if you think he gets 3 touchdowns, which I don't think he'll get that, but what does he pay for 2? Oh, there we go. Plus 154. Yeah, not good enough. And just plus 680 for the 3. I'd trust Allen over Russell a million days.
Absolutely.
In the week. That being said, Buffalo has had their issues as well. So I think the back door is open to cover a spread here maybe for Denver. But go ahead and give me a high-scoring game in which the Bills capable of winning by 2 to 3 scores. Don't be shocked if that doesn't happen.
Right.
Don't be, oh no, what's happening in the Buffalo? Because we've been down that route before. Plenty of times. I said it last year. What's Josh Allen doing throwing the ball off of this player's helmet? So I've been questioning this Bills method of attack here for some time now. Probably the first on that bandwagon. And lo and behold, it's true. David, anything here? What do you
got? Steve, I'm going to look for a Bills smoke job here. I'm going to do maybe a little bit more looking at it Monday night. This may be a 13.5 spread for me for the Bills to get a nice number out of it. But I think it's got to be Bills or nothing. I just don't see Denver hanging in there with Buffalo.
All right, that's our list. I think at the end of the day, yeah, you know what? I could see like 41-20, to be honest.
Right.
I could see 41-20. I could see 38-17, something like that. So we will wrap that up for the slate this week, week 10. Okay, now we need to do our best sounder in sports broadcasting. This is our segment where we will go for 2. That is 2 touchdown scores for this afternoon. I need to come up with a graphic for the screen for this.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Ric Flair. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, David, who are your 2 touchdown scores today?
All right, Steve. Today we're going to go with Gus Edwards, Joe Mixon, Scary Terry McLaurin, and Christian McCaffrey. Trying to put that in to get the payout, but it's being very slow over here, so it's running behind. But I always try to keep it with 4 guys with a round robin. So, Steve, those are going to be my 4 today. Again, that is Gus Edwards, Joe Mixon, Scary Terry McLaurin, and Christian McCaffrey.
All right, we'll get one last gasp field goal attempt here for the Colts here right before halftime. We'll see if they can get on the board, add to their 7-3 lead that they have over New England. I like your McCaffrey for 2. I can get on board with that, David. I'm going to go Mike Evans for 2 on a nice big price today. You're getting paid really, really big on Evans. If you want a super long shot in that one, which, the Buccaneers and the Buccaneers could provide a super weird long shot. I don't know why I've been thinking this guy a couple weeks. I've laid off him. He definitely gets his opportunities. 42-1 for Cade Otton. I don't know. That's a lot, maybe. But I'm going to look at Evans, 14-1. That's a good number for him. The field goal is no good.
Yards, no good.
Short. And the Pats have 2 seconds. They can throw it up in the air here. Give me a shot on Amari Cooper at a big price for 2 touchdowns today. I think Cleveland may keep it competitive. Go ahead and give me, do I want 2 touchdowns? The one guy who's intriguing to me is Dalton Schultz at 17-1. I haven't talked about him much, but with no Nico Collins, that could be a Schultz. Gets more production there, and he does like to throw him the ball. The one crazy one I would maybe go to, he actually is off the board now. So
I like the Schultz play.
Maybe he's not playing anymore. You have him for 1, but maybe take Mechie for 1 touchdown at 70-1. He no longer shows up at 95-1, which he was earlier. So that's interesting. Give Pickens a chance for 2 touchdowns at 19-1. He cried and complained, so maybe he gets his hands on the ball again. Nice play by the Patriots, but time runs out in the half for them, so no field goal opportunity. Dave Del Grande loves some Tyler Algiers for 2 touchdowns. If you want a long shot for 2 touchdowns, this would be one for sure because Heineke likes him, and he's been throwing the ball to him, and that would be Jonnu Smith at 32-1 potentially. So maybe take a crazy shot at that. But I do like the Algiers play by Del Grande. Let's see. I like Eckler for 2. How can he never like Eckler for 2? Del Grande likes Montgomery for possibly 2. Jake Ferguson for the Cowboys is an interesting one as well at tight end for me. He likes to get the ball. He scores touchdowns. There could be a lot of touchdowns for the Cowboys. There could. So why not get Ferguson involved at 20-1, potentially with him? I did throw a little smidgen on Tank Dell for the Texans as well on one of them. I'll go back to that. And go ahead and lock me up with your Terry McLaurin for 2 touchdowns. I like that today as he gets a nice big price at 19-1 for McLaurin. And I got him jotted down already. Any number of Bills players can get 2 touchdowns on Monday night. So pick your poison. Dig Diggs, Josh Allen, Kincaid, Gabe Davis. Your guess is as good as mine, but someone for the Bills should have 2 touchdowns anyway. I'll just say it that way. All right, Dave, what are your main plays for the week?
So the main plays, Steve. Let's get this pulled up. So I have this. This is a multi-sport parlay going on right here. The first half of it is today's hockey, but we'll go with the second half of this parlay. Steelers -5.5, Falcons -6.5, and the Jets and Raiders, both teams to score a rushing touchdown. So that's a little bit going on there. And let's see, the other play so far for the day. Saints, Vikings, both for a rushing touchdown. Over 2.5 for the Buccaneers. That's total touchdowns. Both teams for a rushing touchdown. That would be the Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens. And then the Texans and Bengals. In that game, we want a touchdown in every quarter.
I can see that. I can see that for sure. All right. I'm going to look for what did I say in this? 49. I think the 49er game's close. I think McCaffrey gets his touchdown -180 now. Wow, that's dropping. So you're going to have to throw McCaffrey in there. Just +270 for the 2. So the 180's moving, not necessarily the 2. Saints, Vikings, I'm skeptical of because of the defensive-minded coaches. I like the Buccaneers on the alt line at home to have a nice day against Tennessee. Baker is going to be better than Will Levis today, and I could see a good day from Evans overall as well. Potential upsets, I think, with the Browns, the Texans, and the Commanders. Those 3 teams on the road, possibly the Chargers at home. But you can move some alt lines around to get nice numbers if you want to go that route. You're really just flipping the script on the point spread the other way, and you're getting paid like 4-1. These teams are just more level on the same playing field than that. I think if you want some points, you can get them in Cincinnati, where that line's now down to 46.5. That's kind of tricky, deceiving. Maybe making you think this game's going to go under to keep you off. They like to do that kind of trick sometimes. So Houston and Cincy, I think, has a chance to be a high-scoring game as well. I'm going to take the Steelers at home, too. I think that they can handle the Packers. That could easily be like a 20-6, 27-9 game, something like that, where it stays under as well. The Cardinals are in preseason mode, so you have to take the Falcons just by even if it's disgusting, you almost have to take them just because the preseason mode of Arizona. It's going to take them at least another week to kind of shake off the rust. And let's be honest, they could be tanking at any point.
Right.
They're going to give Murray a chance here. But what if he gets sidelined quickly for being hurt or something, right? Then it's Tank City. So they're a full tank watch, the Cardinals. Let's see here. 24-7 exact score. Cowboys and the Giants at 180-1. That way the Giants cover their 17.5. Still going under their 9.5 point total, which I would take the over if you were forced to give it to me. But the Commanders and Seahawks, a potential for a higher scoring game today with an upset by the Commanders. I guess give me the Bills on a throttle job too. It pains me to say that. The Broncos, I think, can hang a little bit better, but Del Grande knows the Broncos well, and they are a bad team at the end of the day, coming off the bye or not. So upsets with Commanders, Texans, and Browns. Top matchups against good teams on the road. All right, so I think a chance there. Favorites at home to do decent, Tampa Bay and Pittsburgh. Higher scoring games for me. Well, we want to see it with the Lions and Chargers, so I think we can get it. A lot of points, but I still think they can get there. Bengals, Texans would be the other one. and then I'll give it a shot with the Commanders and the Seahawks. All right, Dave, that's it. We're right at 11 o'clock. We are at halftime of the first game, 7-3 Colts. We missed nothing being on the air, although the game's been on in the studio. We've been able to maintain focus. You have any final thoughts on this week, Tim?
Steve, I don't think so. I've got I think I've got everything we need. So let's hope for a Washington win today above all else.
I think 5 p.m. has been a little tough for what the puck is going on Tuesdays. You want to move that to 6 p.m. now that we're at daylight savings?
Yeah.
All right, so 6 p.m. Tuesday, what the puck is going on will be on the air. International break with the Friday soccer paycheck, so you won't have any of that this week. But we'll cover some hockey Tuesday for you. And in the round robin, we'll be back on this usual Sunday spot, week 11, next Sunday morning. Hopefully all of you guys are millionaires from listening to this show after today and up until then. All right, guys, good luck.